Chapter 1071. The East Continent was more inclined towards the latter. This was also another reason why the Seven Wheels Devil Realm was so crazy about it. No matter how many people died, they still flocked to it. Why isn't Qianzi here? Chu Yang frowned when he heard about the Devil Trove. It was impossible for Qianzi to not care about the Devil Trove. Maybe he's already here. Just as Chu Yang was guessing, endless starlight suddenly appeared. Then, a cold snort entered his ears. The wild dog really thinks there's no one in the East Continent. The Eastern Wilderness is suppressing the East Continent. Who's the dog? Very well, I'll show them who's the dog. As for Star North Star from the Star Academy, he hovered there in midair, radiating starlight. At the same time, tiny stars appeared in his hand, which he flicked out with his finger. Whooshing sounds could be heard as the stars shot toward the steel like shooting stars. Boom! The divine steel suddenly shook violently. The earth shook and the mountains shook. An endless amount of light burst out from it. Immediately, on the divine steel, on the Eastern Wasteland 001, a section of the divine steel next to the Eastern Wasteland 001 started shining brightly. Beiqingxing is on the same level as Eastern Wilderness 001, Eastern Wilderness 002, and Eastern Wilderness 003. He's talented and handsome, as expected of someone with a star martial soul. It's too shocking. He's also suppressing the Devil Venerable. However, the exclamations quickly stopped. Eastern Wilderness 007 was suppressing Beiqingxing. Beiqingxing was just talking nonsense. He said he would show the Eastern Wilderness who's the dog, but he couldn't do it. He didn't have the ability, but he was quite good at talking. If he said he could do it, then his answer would be that everyone in the East Continent was a dog. North Star's face turned ugly. He looked like he was eating the shit he'd just pooped in his mouth. Don't worry. You're a Lemiter, so you're not necessarily weaker than Eastern Wilderness 007. The Academy Master of the Star Combat Academy said, gifted with martial prowess, handsome, and good living, this person should be a divine arts practitioner. The Dean of the Myriad Court also spoke. There are 5 figures on the divine steel. They're green, yellow, red, black, and white respectively. It should be some kind of 5 elements divine ability. Eastern Wilderness 001 should also be a divine arts practitioner. Judging from the gate of time and space on the divine monument, he should be testing for time and space divine arts. Eastern Wilderness 002 is also a divine arts practitioner. The 6 circles on the divine monument could represent reincarnation. Eastern Wilderness 003 is a Lemiter. He's reached the 3rd cycle of the primitive martial arts, the 3rd cycle of the spirit, and the 3rd grasp of the spirit. The headmasters of the 6 great academies spoke from time to time, making deductions based on what Chu Yang had left on the divine steel. Chu Yang was incomparably shocked when he heard every word. These things were actually all correct. Chu Yang's 5-color divine light was definitely a 5 elements divine ability. The divine ability of the Heavenspan path could be described as a space-time divine ability. There is no doubt about the reincarnation divine ability. These old fellows actually saw through it in an instant. Chu Yang broke out in cold sweat. Luckily, he hadn't used his martial spirit to leave his name on the divine monument. Otherwise, he would have been exposed right away. Divine arts practitioners and Lemeters, Chu Yang had more or less understood from their words. The so-called divine arts practitioners should have grasped some kind of divine ability, thus they were called divine arts practitioners. Generally speaking, they should be able to cultivate divine arts when their realm was very low. For example, people like Chu Yang were called divine arts practitioners. Lemeters were the 3rd cycle of the primitive martial arts, the 3rd cycle of the Qi soul, and the 3rd cycle of the ascension soul. Beiqingxing was actually the same as him, also completing the 3rd cycle of the primitive martial arts, the 3rd cycle of the Qi soul, and the 3rd cycle of the ascension soul. Chu Yang was incomparably astonished. His martial spirit had played a huge role in him being able to achieve all of this. This East Continent is indeed full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It's unfathomable. At this moment, he heard the headmaster of Myriad Elephant Courtyard speak again. That Eastern Wilderness 007 on the divine monument engraved the image of 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, so he should be a divine arts practitioner. However, that 3 could also represent 3 transformations at the same time. Thus, he could also be a Lamiter. Chapter 1072. The audience couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This Eastern Wilderness 007 was so astonishing. Not only was he a divine arts practitioner, but he was also an extreme realm practitioner. This was simply too terrifying. Divine arts practitioners who hadn't reached the required realm to obtain divine arts would have to experience the lightning calamity. As for extreme realm practitioners, it was extremely difficult for them to go through the 3rd transformation of the 3 basic realms. It was no wonder that he was able to suppress the devil venerable in the East Continent and even dared to say such arrogant words. Chu Yang's heart was shaken again as he heard this. His analysis was not wrong at all. Now that he thought about it, his Flood Dragon martial soul and Knife martial soul were created, but at the same time, the 2 martial souls had followed him through the 3 transformations of the 3 basic realms. He was indeed a divine arts practitioner and an extreme realm practitioner. Shang San, go and try. No matter what, you can't let the wild dog run wild. The dean of the Myriad Courtyard didn't hide his discrimination towards the Eastern Wilderness in front of everyone. Yes, teacher. Li Shengsan's eyes immediately emitted a terrifying light as he coldly said, "This wild dog is so arrogant. If I meet him, I will definitely let him know the consequences of being arrogant. A dog should have the awareness of being a dog. If he dares to bark at his master, he deserves to die. Dog, you bastard! You're the dog. Your whole family are dogs." Chu Yang was furious when he heard this. No matter if it was Bai Qinxing or Li Shangsan, he couldn't tolerate the discrimination between their words. Immediately, endless killing intent rose in his heart. The 2 of them were only at the soul fusion realm. If they were alone, it wouldn't be impossible for him to kill them. Wait until I reach the spirit realm. You guys better pray that you don't meet me in the 7 Wheels Devil Domain. Boom! Li Shengsan's aura erupted. Instantly, a kind of heaven-rending, earth-shattering energy erupted from within his body. Primordial chaos surrounded him. Birds, beasts, plants, mountains, and rivers appeared one by one, all of them appearing. Myriad Courtyard, Myriad Creation Scripture. Wild dog, come down! Li Shangsan roared. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His divine might was awe-inspiring. The chaotic chi around his body disappeared and was replaced by an endless amount of golden light. He looked like a god. His fist was like the sun as he punched towards the divine steel. Dong! With a loud bang, the divine steel shook violently. It was as if a huge drum had been struck, and the ground beneath their feet trembled. The divine steel was translucent and dazzling. The sound of the great Tao resounded. From the sky, sparkling flowers of the great Tao drifted down like snow. All of a sudden, it appeared incomparably holy. The dazzling radiance seemed to be holy light. On the divine steel, the results were immediately displayed. Li Shangsan from the Wanxiang Courtyard was in the same row as Eastern Wilderness 007, but he was unable to surpass him. My heavens, as expected of the son of all things of Myriad Elephant Courtyard. Not only is he a divine arts practitioner, he's also a supreme realm practitioner. Too amazing, too amazing. However, it's a pity that he wasn't able to surpass that wild dog from Eastern Wilderness 007. Everyone was stunned. Chu Yang's pupils contracted slightly. Although he wasn't surpassed, his plan had failed. The so-called suppression of the East Continent had now become a joke. Damn it! How can Wild Dog be on the same level as me? Li Shengsan's low roar of anger caused everyone to fall silent. The Wanxiang Courtyard Master took a look, and an incomparably dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. He originally wanted Li Shangsan to suppress Eastern Wilderness 007 and then become famous in the East Continent, becoming the #1 person in the East Continent. However, he actually couldn't do it. Eastern Wilderness 007 had exceeded his expectations. In an instant, his killing intent rose. After that, he said to Mo Longzi from the Thousand Devils sect, Mo Longzi, my disciple wasn't able to suppress Wild Dog. Now it's up to you. Everyone looked at Mo Longzi on the war chariot. They looked at his squirming face that was full of dragon-shaped devil markings. At this moment, Chuyang was also paying attention to this Mo Longzi. In an instant, he felt an enormous sense of danger, as he inwardly made a judgment within his heart. This Mo Longzi's cultivation is clearly not inferior to the hall masters of the 6 great academies. No wonder he dares to come here alone. Even when facing the hall masters of the 6 great academies, he doesn't have the slightest bit of fear. Umph. Mo Longzi sneered and looked at the Wanxiang courtyard master. Do you think I'm an idiot? Do you think I'm as stupid as Wild Dog, revealing my trump card on the divine steel? What a joke. Mo Longzi sneered. Even Qianzi and Jing Wuming aren't that stupid. Do you think I'm inferior to them? Chapter 1073. Chuyang knew too little, and what he had done before was too stupid. Just like what Mo Longzi had said earlier, he had revealed his trump card for everyone to see. Who didn't know about the divine ability he possessed? Qianzi and Jing Wuming were ranked so low because they hadn't revealed their trump cards. The Sky Sword Academy's Cloud Soaring Sword, Feng Polong, is probably the same. Chuyang thought of the sword like Feng Polong in front of the divine monument. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, he was still an extremely dangerous person. At this moment, he finally saw the whole picture of the East Continent. There were countless prodigies everywhere. That's right. It's not that our East Continent is inferior to the Eastern Wilderness. It's just that our prodigies didn't use their full strength. Wild Dog doesn't know what he's doing. How can our East Continent's prodigies be as stupid as Wild Dog and reveal his trump card? Wild Dog is really stupid. He got carried away with just a little bit of success. He doesn't know what he's doing. I'm afraid that Wild Dog is still proud of himself. He thinks he's the best in the world, but he doesn't know that he's even stupider than a dog. Bastard. Chuyang's heart was burning with anger when he heard the ridicule. He had actually turned into an idiot. However, even if he knew this, he would still do the same if he had to do it again. Eastern Wilderness 007 was now above the Demon Lord. The people of the East Continent would be blinded by how dazzling it was. As for revealing his trump card, he just needed to create a new one. Mo Longzi, the Academy Master of the Myriad Academy, spoke again. Are you planning to let the Wild Dog laugh at us? Or do you think you're inferior to Wild Dog? That's right. The Academy Master of the Star Academy echoed. You're also a part of the East Continent. Isn't the humiliation of the East Continent your humiliation? Huh. Mo Longzi couldn't help but laugh. Then he sneered. Don't the Academy Masters of the 2 academies think you're too inferior? There is more. Mo Longzi paused for a moment before a sinister smile appeared on his face. He stared coldly at the Academy Masters of the Myriad Academy and Star Academy as he said in a sinister voice, You 2 old fools, watch your words when you speak to me. I can't do much to the 2 of you for now, but I don't mind killing all the students of your 2 academies until their blood flows like rivers, mountains of corpses, and seas of blood. Mo Longzi, they really don't have the right to order you around. The Saint Master of the Sky Academy spoke in a very humble manner, which confirmed Chuyang's thoughts. Mo Longzi's strength was indeed not weaker than that of the Academy Masters of the 6 great academies. However, this Eastern Wilderness 007's ranking on the Divine Monument is really very eye-catching. At this moment, Chuyang also confirmed that the Saint Master was definitely a despicable person. The rules he set in the Sky Academy were definitely to humiliate the Eastern Wilderness. He was also secretly guiding the students of the Sky Academy to attack the people of the Eastern Wilderness. He was afraid that among the 6 great academies of the East Continent, only the Sky Academy had to recruit students from the Eastern Wilderness. In his opinion, it was a great humiliation. Humph. Mo Longzi sneered again. Li Chanqing, go and call your Sky Academies Qianzi here. Qianzi has already left for the Central Continent. The Saint Master said. If he was here, How could this happen? Huh. Mo Longzi laughed again. Li Changqing, I've always heard people say that you're extremely hypocritical. Today, I've really seen it for myself. How dare you use this kind of carelessness to suppress me? After a pause, Mo Longzi's killing intent was dense. Do you want to die? Sacred expert. In less than a month's time, he was threatened twice. The first time it was Sima Jian, and this time it was Mo Longzi. He almost couldn't smile, but at this moment, he was still smiling. If you don't want to be number one in the East Continent, naturally, someone else will. Chapter 1074. Dong. At this moment, there was a sudden loud bang. The ground was once again struck like a giant drum, causing a huge tremor. The source of the tremor was the divine monument in front of everyone. Without any warning, the divine monument suddenly shook violently again. Following that, Li Xingsan and Bai Qinxing's rankings dropped. Li Xingsan's name could no longer be compared to Eastern Wilderness 007's. It fell directly below Eastern Wilderness 001's. Bai Qinxing's name also fell, falling behind Li Xingsan's. Eastern Wilderness 001's name was dazzling, and Eastern Wilderness 007's name was even more dazzling. What's going on? Why did Li Xingsan and Bai Qinxing's rankings suddenly drop? Even they are still inferior to Wild Dog? Is Wild Dog really going to dominate the East Continent? Is no one in the East Continent comparable to him? The change in the Divine Monument's rankings threw everyone into chaos. They couldn't understand what was happening in front of them, and they couldn't believe it. Bai Qinxing was in the Extreme Realm. He was in the Origin Martial Realm, the Qi Soul Realm, and the Ascending Soul Realm. Li Xingsan was even more shocking. Not only was he in the Extreme Realm, but he was also a divine arts practitioner. However, he had been completely pushed down in the rankings. Bai Qinxing was stunned in midair. Starlight burst out from his eyes. He was actually inferior to Wild Dog. Li Xingsan's expression suddenly became incomparably gloomy. The 6 courtyard masters, and Mo Longzi, and the rest seemed to have been petrified at this moment. They were all rooted to the ground, and their gazes were all fixed on the divine monument. They didn't speak for a long time, and the clamor of the people below quickly quieted down. What's going on? Chu Yang also didn't understand. However, the change in the Divine Monument's rankings made him feel the Divine Monument's mysteriousness. Eastern Wilderness 001, Eastern Wilderness 002, Eastern Wilderness 003, and Heaven-Blessed Martial Prowess. These 4 people are very likely to be the same person, the Courtyard Master of the Star Academy said after a long silence. The Star Academy Master finally spoke after a long period of silence. His words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. Such a hypothesis was simply earth-shattering and shocking. If these 4 people were the same person, wouldn't it mean that there was a Wild Dog with 3 divine arts at the same time? Furthermore, he was in the Extreme Realm. The 3 transformations of the Origin Martial Realm, 3 transformations of the Qi Soul Realm, and Ascending Soul Realm. Such a Wild Dog was too frightening and made people despair. Who else in the Eastern Continent could match it? That's very likely. I'm afraid so. The big shots of the East Continent spoke one after another. It was as if cold water had been poured over them, causing the clamor of the East Continent before the divine steel to disappear. All the doubts disappeared. Was dead's dead, because such a hypothesis made everyone in the East Continent feel suffocated. Eastern Wilderness 007 is even more shocking. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Everyone in the East Continent immediately felt their minds buzzing. Just now, they were only paying attention to the possibility that Eastern Wilderness 001 and the others were the same person. However, they had temporarily forgotten about Eastern Wilderness 007. At this moment, when they suddenly remembered, their minds were about to explode. What kind of person was Eastern Wilderness 007? If the previous hypothesis was true, then wouldn't Eastern Wilderness 007 be even more shocking and despairing than that Wild Dog who had 3 divine arts and was in the Extreme Realm? Eastern Wilderness 007 was definitely in the Extreme Realm, and he definitely had more than 3 divine arts. This was the most basic judgment. In other words, Eastern Wilderness 007's lower limit was at least this much. Eastern Wilderness 007, Eastern Wilderness 001, etc. Actually, it's very likely that they're the same person. You're simply scaring people to death without paying for it. You only care about what others feel, right? You don't care if anyone is scared to death by you, right? Chapter 1075. Everyone from the East Continent couldn't help but look at the Dean of the Divine Firmament Academy, who rarely spoke. Then they saw the extremely beautiful woman of the Divine Firmament Academy, Sue Ealing. Sue Ealing's beauty was very charming. For a moment, everyone from the East Continent seemed to be convinced by her beauty. Unconsciously, they all believed in such a view, which made Chu Yang's eyelids twitch. At the same time, he also hated Sue Ealing. Femme fatale is precisely talking about women like you. Chu Yang was a little nervous. His secrets were being exposed bit by bit. He was about to be stripped naked. This kind of situation was simply terrible. Not necessarily. There shouldn't be such a dog in the world. Chu Yang was happy with the first half of the sentence, but when he heard the second half, he couldn't help but want to turn the dean into a dead dog. If not, then there are 2 extremely shocking wild dogs in the Eastern Wilderness right now. We must kill them as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid our East Continent will be in a terrible situation in the future. That's right. These 2 wild dogs can't be left alive. Then, let's issue a wild dog slaughter order. Those who kill wild dogs will be heavily rewarded. But the dean of the 6 great academies and the big shots of the East Continent made a decision and issued a wild dog slaughter order on the spot. Every word and every sentence made Chu Yang grit his teeth. It's only limited to the 7-wheeled demonic area. The Sage Master suddenly spoke and added an additional condition. Okay, when Chu Yang heard this, he immediately understood the hearts of the people. The Sage Master had Sima Jian in the Sky Academy, and the seal was in Sima Jian's hands. As for the others, they did this for the sake of reputation. At the same time, it was limited to the 7-wheeled demonic area. This meant that there weren't many opportunities. This would urge the people from the East Continent to encircle and annihilate the people from the Eastern Wilderness. The reward is a life or death pill. If you want a Nirvana pill, that's fine too. Life or death pill. Nirvana pill. As soon as this was said, the people from the East Continent directly exploded. Life or death pill. The reward is actually a life or death pill. When in Nirvana stage, Old Man heard this, his entire body trembled in excitement. Immediately, his eyes lit up like 2 divine lamps and even emitted flames with a bang. This was the result of focusing too much of his mental power on his eyes. That way, he would be able to investigate better. Not only was there a rebirth realm martial artist present, there were many others who were extremely excited like this old man. This was especially true for those who were old and didn't have much time left. If they couldn't step into life and death realm and comprehend life and death, they would soon die of old age. Nirvana Elixir. If I can get my hands on this Nirvana Elixir, I can immediately advance from the Transcendent stage to the Nirvana stage. Then, I might be able to attack the life and death stage. I must get this Nirvana pill. If we choose Nirvana pills, we will definitely get more Nirvana pills than life and death pills. We can form a team. The East Continent's Dharma phase realm martial practitioners were also restless. Their eyes burned with anger as they wanted to immediately find someone from the Eastern Wilderness. The parrot hid in the distance and watched all this. Its vision went black and it almost fell to the ground. After cursing Chu Yang's 18 generations of ancestors in its heart, it immediately activated the 3-character classic and cursed the 6 bastards of the 6 great academies. Chu Yang's nerves instantly tensed up, and his heart was hazy. He knew about life and death pills. If a Nirvana stage martial artist had a life and death pill, their chances of breaking through to life and death realm would increase by at least 50%. It was extremely shocking and priceless. Nirvana pills were the same as life and death pills. The difference was that Nirvana pills were targeted at Dharma Phase realm martial artists, not Nirvana realm martial artists. Such a reward was targeted at Dharma Phase and Nirvana realm martial artists, mobilizing them completely. Chu Yang could completely imagine how crazy these Dharma Phase and Nirvana realm martial artists would be in the future. He was afraid that he would be in danger. As long as his identity was exposed in the seven-wheeled demonic area, he would die without a doubt. However, the strongest emotion in his heart right now was anger, incomparable anger. The Dog Slaughter Order, the Hall Masters of the 6 Great Academies, had actually joined forces to issue a Dog Slaughter Order. Such an order would humiliate Chu Yang to the extreme in the Eastern Wilderness. Chu Yang's anger from both his previous and current lives had been aroused. In his previous life, people from the West had discriminated against people from the East. Now, in the East continent, he was still discriminated against. 6 old dogs, if I don't kill you, I, Chu Yang, am not a human. After the Dog Slaughter Order was issued, the crowd dispersed and searched for Chu Yang. At the same time, the 6 Great Academies and the other major forces of the East continent directly entered the seven-wheeled demonic area to fight for the Devil's Trove. Chapter 1076. The 6 Great Academies, the 10,000 Devil Sect, and the other sects of the Eastern continent all rushed into the Seven Wheels Demon Realm. They were like mountains that were thrown into the Seven Wheels Demon Realm. Suddenly, the demon chi in the Seven Wheels Demon Realm soared into the sky like raging waves. Chu Yang followed the crowd and moved very slowly. The sudden entry of the 6 Great Academies and other forces into the Seven Wheels Demon Realm added a lot of variables and danger to his trip to the Seven Wheels Demon Realm. There were fewer and fewer people behind them. Chu Yang met up with the parrot at this time. "Master, why don't we escape now? After a while, when the bastards leave, we'll come back." Chu Yang also had this plan, but when the parrot's words fell into his ears, he was shocked. Were the bastards of the 6 Great Academies beating the grass to scare the snake? "Little bastard, what if they set up a trap outside and are waiting for us to come out?" The parrot was immediately stunned. Sinister, too sinister. That was really possible. If it thought that way, how could those bastards not calculate it? Then it cursed, "Bastards, this divine bird hashtag #YinYinR %% hashtag." Rumble. At this time, a loud sound came from the direction of the Seven Wheels Demon Realm. The earth shook violently, and the mountains swayed. Then, from the depths of the Seven Wheels Demon Realm, a pitch-black demon light soared into the sky. A mushroom cloud rose in the air, and a giant head appeared. It was 10 million feet tall and looked down on the East continent. Everyone within 1,000 miles could see it clearly. "What is that?" Chu Yang and the parrot were stunned. The scene was too shocking. "I'm afraid the 6 Great Academies are already fighting for the demon treasury." Although Chu Yang was itching, he didn't dare to intervene. Not to mention his low strength. Who wouldn't want to exchange his head for Nirvana pills and life or death pills? At this time, in the area of the Seven Wheels Demon Realm, countless martial artists were alarmed. Hoping to try their luck, they rushed toward the place where the black demon light rose like a wave. For a time, spirit chi soared into the sky. Demon chi, and all kinds of other auras appeared and rolled like a tide. Apart from the people of the East continent, the demons, and many great demons. Treasures could move people's hearts, and they could also move the hearts of demons. Chu Yang could only watch helplessly. He ran for dozens of miles, getting closer and closer to the source of the demonic light. Then he saw that the forest in front of him was a mess. Hundreds of corpses of humans, demons, and all kinds of demons were strewn all over the ground. How tragic! His eyelids twitched, and the restlessness in his heart vanished. He had completely given up on Devil Trove. Rumble. Loud sounds continued to ring out as the earth trembled. Powerful spiritual energy fluctuations came from the front. Various kinds of spiritual energy, demonic chi, and demonic chi surged. It was clear that there were people fighting over something. Chu Yang saw a huge snake head suddenly appear. It was the size of a small mountain. The snake opened its mouth wide and bit down. With a fierce swallow, more than 10 people were directly swallowed into the snake's stomach. This snake demon's strength was terrifyingly tyrannical. It ate more than 10 people in one bite. It laughed loudly and turned into a malicious man. It sneered and said, "All of you are nothing but food. You dare to be impudent in front of me." The Nirvana realm snake demon is about to enter the life and death realm. When the parrot saw the faint death chi lingering around the snake demon, it sucked in a breath of cold air. It shrank its neck and whispered, "Master, there are as many Transcendence realm experts as pigs, and as many Nirvana realm experts as dogs in this place. Are you sure you want to go in?" Chu Yang's heart also trembled. Relying on the combination of array and domain, he could at most fight with a soul amalgamation realm expert. Transcendence realm, Nirvana realm, and even life and death realm experts were too much of a threat to him. Chapter 1077. The snake demon quickly left with a rolling demon cloud. Chu Yang was cautious as he flew forward step by step. Not long after, he saw skulls densely packed together to the point that his trypophobia acted up. Especially the appearance of these skulls. They made his heart palpitate. Each of them had their mouths wide open, as if they were about to scream. Before they died, they were probably very miserable. There was a huge hole where the demonic aura was gushing out. It was very big, and it was pitch black inside. The demonic aura was rolling and rising. It was very shocking. This was the entrance to the Seven Wheels demonic domain. It seemed to be hell inside. Demonic aura rolled out from the hole, turning into malicious spirits, all kinds of demonic creatures, and all kinds of strange beasts. They roared and galloped, sweeping away thousands of soldiers and everything. The demonic sound was endless, pouring into one's ears and ringing in one's heart, messing with one's mind. For a moment, one's happiness, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hate, and desire were all stirred up. Near the hole, there were countless human and demon corpses. Many of the corpses were still new. Obviously, they had just been killed. In other words, in a short period of time that Chu Yang had arrived, countless people had died. The righteous, demonic, and demonic paths were fighting here, as if they were fighting to enter the Seven Wheels demonic domain. Whoosh! Another wave of demonic aura rushed towards the entrance. This was a demon hiding in the demonic clouds. The demonic aura was extremely dense, and one could faintly see an extremely strong body in the demonic clouds. Just as the demon rushed to the entrance, the demonic aura rushed out of the hole and dispersed the demonic clouds. Immediately, the demon's figure was revealed. Its body was incomparably strong, and its muscles were bulging. It was full of explosive power. The demon was a soul amalgamation realm expert. But in front of the demonic aura of the Seven Wheels demonic domain, it had no power to protect itself. It let out a scream as the demonic aura eroded its skin and flesh. Not even its bones were left. Motherfucker, did they send me to find opportunities or to send me my death? Even a soul amalgamation realm expert can't withstand the impact of the demonic aura. Chu Yang's eyelids twitched. In an instant, he cursed Sima Jin's family. Even a soul amalgamation realm demon could be easily killed by the demonic aura. What was he? Those bastards from the 6th grade academies definitely had experts protecting them, but he didn't. Master, let's retreat. This devil chi is too frightening. The parrot was already trembling. It had started to beat the drums of retreat once again. Suddenly, another person rushed over, carrying a large golden cauldron, directly crushing it, breaking through the layers of demonic chi and rushing into the Seven Wheels demonic domain. I have the devil martial spirit. The devil chi here shouldn't be able to do anything to me. Chu Yang carefully moved forward, arriving at the entrance of the cave. Demonic chi invaded his mind, but when he circulated his devil martial spirit, he was immediately safe and sound. However, the strange thing was that within the demonic chi, an enormous sacred power suddenly burst out. The light rushed towards the demonic martial spirit. At the same time, Sacred syllables echoed in the air and invaded his mind. It wanted to change his consciousness and make him become a servant. What the hell? This isn't the Seven Wheels demonic realm. How could there be such divine power and light power? Chuyang was shocked. He immediately used his god martial spirit, and the light power that invaded his mind immediately calmed down. With the divine devil martial spirit, regardless of whether it's the devil chi or the light power, they shouldn't be able to do anything to me. Maybe the Seven Wheels demonic domain was prepared for me. Chuyang was at the entrance, continuously trying. As he swallowed the devil chi, he felt that his limbs and bones were filled with a powerful energy. He had obtained great benefits, and the seven souls in his body were faintly restless. Chapter 1078. Are these teeth human teeth? Chuyang stepped in and was instantly shocked. He saw a great wall 1,000 feet above his head and another great wall below him. The great wall was made of huge and smooth white stones. However, if one were to look closely at these huge white stones, one would find that they were just human teeth magnified countless times. If these huge white stones are teeth, then the hole just now is a mouth. Chuyang was completely shocked. He muttered to himself, could it be that this Seven Wheels demon domain is really a supreme demon corpse? He couldn't believe it. What kind of person could be so huge that his mouth was hundreds of feet high and his teeth were like the Great Wall? Didn't this mean that this person was thousands of feet high or even tens of thousands of feet high? Incredible. Is this a giant? Chuyang took a deep breath and thought to himself, if it weren't for the fact that this person could transform into a height of 10,000 feet and wouldn't transform back even if he died, it only shows that this person's strength is unimaginably high and has reached an unprecedented height. The 6 Masters of the Sky Academy are nothing in front of him, even less than farts. Chuyang couldn't imagine how powerful this demon corpse's cultivation was. For such a supreme character, his soul will definitely has its own unique aspects. Senior Sima isn't lying. Behind him, Chuyang's eyes lit up and he jumped into the hole. If this was really a giant or a supreme figure, then Chuyang was going straight for his throat at this moment. He didn't go up. If the Devil's Trove was a collection of a supreme figure, it should be in the middle of his eyebrows. Whoosh! It was as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss. Chuyang fell straight down. He didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, devil energy surged up from below. It transformed into all kinds of devils, divine objects, and all kinds of strange phenomena. Dragons and snakes danced, strange beasts and devil's sword. What the hell? Why does the devil chi burst out with sacred power when it meets me? Chuyang found that he was unique. The others only had devil chi, but when he killed the demons, he was attacked by sacred objects. Roar! A huge tiger formed from devil chi opened its mouth and roared. Then it pounced at Chuyang. At the same time, a huge white elephant rumbled as it galloped over. Everyone is welcome. Chuyang directly opened up his domain, using it as a formation to trap the tiger and the white elephant. Activating his celestial demon martial spirit, he directly refined them. Within the Seven Wheels demonic domain, anyone who entered would be crazily attacked by the demonic chi. Chuyang looked around and saw more than a dozen soul amalgamation realm martial artists standing back to back. They worked together to cast a spell that transformed into huge green lotuses that blocked the attacks of the demons. In addition to this place, there were more than a dozen fierce battles. Even Chuyang had discovered the person who had used the Great Seal Cauldron to break into the Seven Wheels demon area. At that moment, he could be said to be in imminent danger. A demonic serpent dragon formed by demonic chi suddenly swung its tail and struck the golden cauldron. The golden cauldron dimmed, and cracks even appeared on it, as if it could shatter at any moment. Those who had entered the Seven Wheels demon area and had not reached the Transcendence realm were all fighting fiercely to resist the invasion of the devil chi. The demonic chi here is most likely the essence chi of that supreme being after he died. It's still protecting him. Anyone who dares to barge and will be attacked immediately. Chu Yang deduced and understood in his heart. This supreme character had cultivated to an inconceivable realm and was unbelievably strong. Even if he had died for an unknown number of years, the demonic energy in his body could still guard his corpse and prevent it from being invaded by outsiders. Chapter 1079. Of course, there were also people who charged through the demonic chi and went deeper. Suddenly, another wave of demonic chi attacked and turned into a black demonic bird and a divine bird. They pounced towards Chu Yang as if they wanted to devour Chu Yang. Master! The parrot was shocked and hurriedly went to help. However, it realized that it was worrying for nothing. The demonic bird and divine bird cried out loudly as if they were walking into a trap. As soon as they entered Chu Yang's domain, they were immediately suppressed and turned into essence chi. In an instant, they were completely devoured by Chu Yang. So refreshing. The demonic chi's various phenomena contain his courage. It's incomparably pure and will greatly benefit me when I reach the spirit stage. Chu Yang felt the power in his body begin to increase. From the original 200 dragons power, it instantly increased to 210 dragons power. He was overjoyed and laughed heartily. Then, he took the initiative to face the strange creature formed by the demonic energy. Great nourishment. Chu Yang continued to devour the demonic chi. His body's power also increased rapidly. 210 dragon powers, 220 dragon powers, 230 dragon powers. Originally, he still needed to cultivate for a long time before he could reach the spirit stage. He never thought that he would be able to break through to the spirit stage just by relying on the demonic chi here. The parrot looked at Chu Yang as if it was looking at a monster. It was envious and smiled flatteringly. Master, give me some soup to drink. Chu Yang pointed with his finger, and the parrot's body immediately swelled up. The parrot was about to explode. Afterwards, it tried its best to suppress the demonic chi. The 7 realms within its body appeared and absorbed the demonic chi. Only then did it recover. The parrot was shocked. He's not human. He didn't explode, even after absorbing so much. This divine bird only drank a bit of soup, and I almost died without a complete corpse. At the same time, it immediately tasted the sweetness. The 7 realms instantly became stronger. It even felt that its realms were about to transform into a world. This caused the parrot's eyes to shine. So what if I explode? Master, give me a piece of meat to eat, woo. The parrot howled as if it had been injected with chicken blood. Half a day had passed, and Chu Yang had already devoured an unknown number of demons. He had swept away all the demons around him, and those who had been fighting against the demons were dumbfounded. Moreover, the feeling that he was about to break through to the spirit stage was getting stronger and stronger. He felt as if his spirit was about to emerge from his body. The spirit chi in his body surged even more violently. It was so dense that it was almost impossible to suppress it. It directly gushed out from his pores. No, the demonic chi contained too little courage. It's not enough for me to break through. Chu Yang sensed for a while. He felt that his spirit chi had already reached its limit. It filled his body to the brim and couldn't contain any more. However, it was stuck at a bottleneck and couldn't break through. There are no longer any demonic creatures here. I need to go deeper. Little bitch, let's go. Shua. After Chu Yang left, the people present said, "Who was that person just now?" He was simply a monster. Monster isn't enough to describe him. He actually took the initiative to devour the demonic chi here. If I didn't see that monster just now, I would definitely think that he was a lunatic when someone said that he was devouring the demonic chi here. He's only at the peak of the soul reincarnation stage. Since when did such a person appear in the East Continent? It's simply frightening. Comparisons are odious, and comparisons are odious. These people felt extremely uncomfortable. They felt that they were amazing, which was why they entered the 7-wheel demonic domain. However, they had to fight with the demonic creatures to the point that their lives were in danger. However, there was a monster that not only could easily deal with the demonic creatures here, he could even devour the demonic chi here. What surprised them the most was that the monster seemed to think that the demonic chi here was too little. Chapter 1080. Chu Yang flew all the way down and found that the wall he was close to seemed to be made of petrified flesh and blood. It was very hard and was covered with all kinds of strange vein patterns. The structure of the vein patterns gave people a kind of mysterious feeling that they couldn't grasp. The parrot also noticed this. It suddenly extended its claws and clawed at the wall. Immediately, sparks flew everywhere as its claws broke off. Oh, something happened. The parrot was in so much pain that it wanted to cry. However, it noticed that the wall wasn't damaged at all. In fact, it couldn't even leave a single mark. It immediately exclaimed, "How abnormal! This divine bird's divine claws are simply rotten wood." Chu Yang was also shocked. The parrot's talent wasn't bad. With just a single claw, it could probably kill a spirit stage 9th level. After descending for dozens of miles, they suddenly saw a huge planet in front of them. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was a planet. It was huge. It was simply too huge. Throat chakra. Suddenly, Chu Yang's throat chakra trembled. It was as if the throat chakra had discovered a great treasure. It violently pulsed and allowed him to instantly understand the planet. This should be the chakra of the 7 spirits and 7 chakras of the powerhouse. As they descended, Chu Yang and the parrot were still within the throat of the supreme existence even after descending so deep. As for the parrot's claw, it couldn't even leave a single mark on the fragile flesh of the throat. Chu Yang couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Terrifying. It was simply too terrifying. The more he felt it, the more reverence he felt in his heart. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Chu Yang and the parrot entered the planet, countless buzzing sounds could be heard. Looking over, it seemed as if thousands of wasps were swarming towards them. They were like large golden clouds that surged towards them. As they got closer, Chu Yang was able to clearly see them. Immediately, his pupils shrank. The golden clouds were actually monsters that looked like black and gold wasps. These are wasps formed by the golden hepta aura. Chu Yang immediately understood. Once the spirit of the 7 souls was formed, the spirit chi in one's body would be endless. Chi, other than spiritual chi, could also be breathing. Breathing involved the lungs. The lungs belong to the metal element. Thus, in the 7 chakras, it was mainly the power of metal. Master, don't be silly. Run. When the parrot saw the densely packed golden black clouds and the tens of thousands of golden black bees, it couldn't stop crying out in alarm. It felt that these demonic peaks were extremely terrifying. They could easily pierce through its domain. Once it was sealed, it would be killed in an instant. Chu Yang naturally knew that he had to flee. But this danger also contained a great opportunity. 1. In the blink of an eye, as soon as Zhang Xian released his dominion, the swarm of golden black demonic bees suddenly accelerated. They were even faster than the flying swords, and in the blink of an eye, they were already right in front of Zhang Xian. Chi! Countless black needles shot out from the tails of these golden black demonic peaks. These black needles were as thin as the hairs of an ox, but they possessed extremely powerful penetrative power. It was clear that they were specifically designed to pierce through astral energy. As soon as they struck the barrier of the domain, it immediately caved in, and some of the black needles even shot into the domain. Fortunately, there was a formation set up in the domain. As soon as the power burst out, it shattered all the black needles that shot into the domain, turning them into the purest gold essence chi and pure charisma. How powerful! This is the first time my fiend god domain has been broken through. Chapter 1081. At the same time, his strength skyrocketed to 300 dragon power. Angel Spear, Judgment. Devil Spear, Slaughter. Chu Yang immediately formed the Angel's Spear and the Devil's Spear and shot them out, piercing through 2 devil peaks and causing them to explode. Then the Divine Spear and the Devil's Spear were like swimming dragons, fiercely piercing through the devil bees. In an instant, countless devil bees were killed and turned into pure aura and aura, which were absorbed by the domain. Chu Yang's Adam's apple chakra suddenly lit up, and his aura seemed to be about to appear. His strength was rising, and so was his aura. At this moment, even more demon bees flew over. Many of them gathered together and formed a black-gold giant sword. Whoosh! The sword slashed down, and Chu Yang's devil spear was blocked. Really amazing. In the Seven Wheels Devil Realm, these devil bees without intelligence are so shocking. They can actually form a huge sword and link their power together. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment, then suddenly attacked. Wind fire drill. Fire restrains metal. A flaming drill immediately drilled out, the wind cutting and the fire burning. In Chu Yang's opinion, the effect of using fire to burn these devil bees transformed from golden gung qi would certainly be good. But what surprised him was that other than the ones that were drilled to death, the flames that filled the sky could not burn these devil bees at all. They flew around in the raging fire, and their tails kept shooting out black needles. Generally speaking, only the god-devil martial soul could kill these devil bees in a large area. Whoosh! Chu Yang fled, and the angel's wings and the devil's wings appeared. With a flap, he shot out like a beam of light, and the devil bees couldn't catch up. After that, Chu Yang avoided the devil bees and began to kill them. Groups of devil bees were not only killed, but the pure aura they released was also absorbed. This went on for who knows how long. Buzz! Suddenly, a buzzing sound rang out, and a spirit wheel appeared in Chu Yang's Adam's apple chakra. It shone brightly, and the light was so dazzling that it felt as if it had materialized. Suddenly, another buzzing sound could be heard as one aura wheel after another appeared. There were a total of 9 aura wheels, representing metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. The soul was the spirit that manifested in the physical body. It was closely connected to the physical body, so everything in the physical body was also reflected in the 7 souls. Chu Yang cultivated the 9 most basic elements. At this time, his aura was completely reflected. His spirit was still changing. The reincarnation divine ability, the 5 colors divine ability, the road to heaven divine ability, the godly demon martial spirit, the saber martial spirit, the flood dragon martial spirit, etc. Everything that Chu Yang possessed in his physical body was revealed at this moment. Boom! Suddenly, everything collapsed and turned into countless torrents that fused with his spiritual energy. They turned into a 9-colored liquid that surged like a 9-colored lake. The 9-colored lake surged endlessly, and the waves were turbulent. Every wave seemed to contain an incomparably profound meaning. It was the manifestation of Chu Yang's cultivation, and the waves seemed to be a flower of Tao. Then, the 9-colored lake gradually changed and suddenly collapsed in the middle, condensing into a ball of light. Finally, a small person that looked exactly like Chu Yang appeared. This was the spirit of Chu Yang's 7 souls, and the ball of light was originally his wheel soul, but he had skipped this step. At this moment, after his spirit appeared, he wanted to create a world of spirit. The ball of light was the embryonic form of the world of spirit. Chapter 1082. If his 7 spirits all built their own worlds, then his aura would not dissipate. In this way, even if his physical body was killed, his 3 souls would not be destroyed. With the worlds built by his 7 spirits, he could even be resurrected. The 7 worlds formed by his 7 spirits were equivalent to another physical body of his. It could be said that he was immortal and indestructible. However, such a resurrection would not take much time. Moreover, this was not truly immortal and indestructible. Of course, the spirit of the wheel could not be compared to the world at all. Once the spirit of the wheel died, it would immediately collapse. The 7 spirits would also immediately leave the body and die completely. All of this was the foundation built by the celestial demon martial spirit. Without the foundation of the celestial demon martial spirit creating the world, this point would not be reflected in the 7 spirits. At this time, his aura would not be able to condense its own world. Chu Yang had now completely understood the secret of the Supreme character's 7 spirits. That was to build the world of the 7 spirits. The light ball was still a light shadow. Chu Yang's aura sat cross-legged in it. As it breathed in and out, the light ball also breathed in and out. It kept shrinking and expanding, devouring all the spiritual energy in his body. Suddenly, Chu Yang was sucked dry. Whoosh! Although the spiritual energy in Chu Yang's body was vigorous, it was not enough for his aura to build a world. In an instant, his aura began to devour the essence of the Supreme character's 7 wheels. However, this was far from enough. His aura rushed out of his body and appeared in front of Chu Yang. It devoured the spiritual energy here even more crazily. Soon, the void there seemed to collapse, revealing a black vortex. In the center of the vortex, a small black hole appeared. Haha, I made the right choice to come to the 7 Wheels Demon Realm this time. Chu Yang was ecstatic when he saw all this. He laughed out loud. I can use the materials here to build a world of aura. The world of aura of the Supreme Existence was as big as a planet. It was an incomparably huge world. The spiritual energy and rules contained in it were enough for Chu Yang to build his own world of aura. Compared to a Supreme character, Chu Yang wasn't even an ant. Just a little bit was enough to fill Chu Yang to death. For example, the world of this person's spirit was an incomparably huge temple. Although he had died, the temple was already in ruins, and the golden body in the temple had already been moved away. However, the building materials of the dilapidated temple were completely enough for Chu Yang to build his own small temple. That's not enough. Godly devil martial spirit. Chu Yang also put his godly and demonic martial spirit into it. This was like putting 2 supreme legends in the world of construction, omnipotent existences. It would make the construction of the world of spirit even faster. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The black vortex grew bigger and bigger, and the black hole in the middle grew bigger and bigger. The suction force was even more shocking as it crazily devoured the essence energy in the area. Who? The wind howled, and the suction force was so terrifying that it formed countless tornadoes that swept towards Chu Yang. Walala! At this moment, the air was like turbulent water, surging crazily. Everything was going according to Chu Yang's plan. The world of aura was rapidly forming. However, at this moment, a ray of light flew out from the depths of the world of aura of this supreme existence. This ray of light was thousands of feet long, tens of thousands of feet long. It was impossible to tell how long it was. Divine light and demonic light intertwined, like a huge sword that was thousands of miles long, slashing towards Chu Yang. What is this? Chapter 1083. Swoosh. Chu Yang didn't have time to react at all. The beam of light reached him in an instant, and he lost all sight. However, he could clearly feel that his consciousness was being cut in half. He couldn't feel any pain. The 2 groups of consciousness could also sense each other. This feeling was as if he was looking at himself. One of them was his deified self, and the other was his demonized self. It was very strange. At the same time, Chu Yang saw a scene from the beam of light. Vaguely, in the depths of the universe, stars exploded, and the sun and moon lost their light. There were 2 figures fighting fiercely. The body of one of them was smashed to pieces, but his spirit rushed into the body of the other, wanting to snatch the body of this person. The 2's divine souls fought fiercely and finally became entangled. Such information made Chu Yang speculate about the divine power in the demonic aura of the supreme demonic corpse. In the battle between a deity and a demon, the demon's physical body was stronger and the deity's mental strength was stronger. In the end, the deity's physical body was blasted to pieces, and in the battle between the deity and the demon's mental strength, both sides died. If that's the case, the 3 souls of the deity and the demon must have perished long ago, and the 7 souls are entangled together, remaining in the demonic corpse. That's why the demonic aura has divine power. Chu Yang felt that his guess was correct. Now, it was very likely that this was the case. the 7 souls of the god and the devil were fighting for his physical body. They had cut his essence, energy, spirit, soul, and so on into 2 halves. However, he didn't die, but half of his consciousness fell into endless light, and the other half fell into endless darkness. He completely lost all his senses. He didn't know how long this situation lasted. Suddenly, Chu Yang felt that his senses had recovered. Then, he felt the return of the deity and demon martial spirit, and everything returned to normal in an instant. He was safe and sound. This made him feel incomparably strange, as if he had just had a nightmare. At this moment, in front of him, there seemed to be a ball of light, like a great sun, floating in front of him. One of them was sitting cross-legged in the center, and there were 2 of them on both sides. One was like a deity, and the other was like a demon. This is my aura world, but why do I have 3 auras? When the spirit had appeared, Chu Yang had clearly seen that he only had 1 spirit. At this time, the parrot had just recovered. Suddenly seeing Chu Yang's 3 auras, the parrot's eyes bulged. Then, it said in a very unpleasant voice, "Monster! Waha! Master, you really are a monster. To have 3 souls, Master, you are completely deformed, haha." It forced itself to laugh out loud, as if it was saying sour grapes when it could not eat them. Who didn't only have 1 spirit? Yet this immoral person actually had 3 spirits. Based on this calculation, while others only had 7 spirits, Chu Yang had 21, which was 14 more spirits than others. The difference between having 1 more soul and having 1 less soul was like heaven and earth. They lacked a part of their soul, were weak and sickly, were easily haunted by ghosts and monsters, were irritable and irritable, were muddle-headed, had dull eyes, or were mentally abnormal. They were either fools, idiots, or lunatics. In any case, they were abnormal and weaker than ordinary people. As for having 1 more soul, it was definitely abnormal, but it was definitely stronger than normal people by a level. In its eyes, normal people were fools and idiots. Now, the parrot finally understood why Chu Yang, who was so immoral, had not been beaten to death. Haha, I understand. While the parrot was still feeling envious and jealous, Chu Yang had already laughed out loud. I was right to come to this 7 wheels devil domain. Chapter 1084. However, due to the mutual destruction between the 2 and the erosion of time, the consciousness within their auras had already disappeared. Only the source of their auras remained. Due to the divine demon martial soul, the source of their auras was attracted over and attached to Chu Yang's auras, becoming 2 of his auras. Whoosh! When Chu Yang's auras returned, he immediately felt as if a door had been opened within his body. The spiritual energy within his body surged and soared into the sky. This was the sign that the shackles within his body had been broken. Chu Yang had broken through to the first level of the spirit realm. In an instant, he felt that his spiritual energy was impure and impure. At the same time, he also felt as if his divine soul had extended out and entered the void. At this moment, the void seemed to be his back garden. Creatures at the spirit realm were able to resonate with the heavens and earth and establish a connection with the heavens and earth. They were able to absorb the essence of the heavens and earth at will and directly attack their enemies. Some heaven-defying creatures at the spirit realm were able to resonate with the heavens and earth, comparable to those at the heavenly fusion realm. They were able to change the weather at will. With a single thought, they could change the weather from summer to winter snow, autumn to spring, winter to summer, and spring to autumn rain. Rumble, along with Chu Yang's breathing. With him as the center, spiritual energy gushed out. In an instant, the demonic aura within the 7 demonic realms transformed into various strange objects and formed various strange phenomena. The vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, and white tiger appeared one after another. This was a sign that Chu Yang's spiritual energy was of an extremely high quality. If it was an ordinary person, they would only be able to form fire crows, serpents, and so on. It was impossible for them to form the 4 symbols. With a single breath, Not only did the void around him seem to have collapsed, the deepest part of his body seemed to have collapsed as well. The spiritual energy began to condense and faintly liquefy. His strength was also violently increasing. 400 dragon powers, 500 dragon powers, 600 dragon powers. After reaching 600 dragon powers, the increase in strength suddenly slowed down. It was as if it was preparing for a new round of eruption. At this moment, all the muscles in his body were full. Every muscle, every blood vessel, every meridian, every bone, every internal organ, and every bone was as heavy as iron, as well as the vastness and sturdiness of the earth. Chu Yang's mind suddenly grew countless times stronger, and he could clearly sense that the tens of millions of yuan qi in the air were all tiny particles of dust that his psychic power had previously been unable to detect. The feeling of the tentacles of his divine soul entering the void grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly, his mind shook, and there was a rumbling sound in his head. It was as if he had opened a door and vaguely established a connection with a supreme existence. At this moment, from his body, where the three chi spirits were, a rainbow light shot out from each of them, turning into three divine bridges that pierced through the void and disappeared into the depths of space-time. Chu Yang's initial connection with the heavens and earth was completed. The three divine bridges each represented his three spirits. It can't be right. This Keda has only just revealed his spirit. Not only does he have three divine bridges, but his divine bridges are actually so vast. As soon as the divine bridges appeared, the parrot's eyes widened and it stretched its neck out in disbelief. Chu Yang's divine bridges were simply too large. It was as if they were specially made for giants to cross over to the other side of the world. While, when it had just broken through to the first level of the spirit realm, it didn't have any divine bridges. It only had a rope that connected it to the heavens and earth. It had already surpassed many people. If it was in the eastern wilderness, it would dare to pat its chest and say that it was number 3. No one would dare to say that they were number 2. Generally speaking, when a creature had just broken through to the spirit realm, their connection with the heavens and earth would be extremely weak. Some people would only have a thin thread, a strand of hair, or even smaller. Later on, they would slowly comprehend it, and their connection with the heavens and earth would slowly become stronger. Finally, they would be able to form a divine bridge. It was like a boy chasing a girl. They would first know each other, then become familiar with each other, and establish a close connection. Only after knowing each other and falling in love would they be able to fall in love. After all, it would take time to process. However, not only had Chu Yang met the girl, he had already taken the final step. Not to mention that he had successfully created a human. The child that was just born had instantly grown into an adult. Furthermore, it had immediately become a supreme existence that ruled over the entire world. They had seen ridiculous things, but they had never seen something as ridiculous as this. Chapter 1085. That's not right. This divine bird must be seeing things. Otherwise, there's no justice in this world. Who would have their divine bridge formed right after breaking through to the spirit stage. Furthermore, it's so vast. The parrot blinked its eyes again and again, but the divine bridge was still there. It didn't feel what it was feeling at all. Rumble. Suddenly, the divine bridge exploded and formed a misty chaos. It seemed that the divine bridge was unstable. The parrot instantly calmed down when it saw this. With a prescient expression, it said, "I knew it. No matter how wicked you are, you can't be so ridiculous. This divine bird still has eyes." Waha! It laughed and said to Chu Yang, "Master, don't be discouraged. This is normal. No one can become fat with just one bite. Don't be too sad. Don't lick your wounds in the middle of the night. As someone who's experienced it before, buzz, 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 buzz." The constant buzzing sound in the void made the parrot's eyes almost pop out. Its words came to an abrupt end. What did it see? It was definitely not 3 gates. It was definitely not 3 spatial gates. It was definitely an illusion. The divine bridge exploded and formed 3 gates behind Chu Yang. Among them, one gate emitted endless light. It was incomparably sacred, and the gospel of God faintly spread out from it. The gate in the middle was a large sun. As for the last gate, it was filled with demonic aura and demonic sounds. It was as if it was hell. One was the gate of heaven, and the other was the gate of hell. They were formed from the auras of gods and demons. The last gate was formed from Chu Yang's own aura. At this moment, endless energy was crazily pouring out from the three gates and into Chu Yang's body. This is definitely fake. This is definitely an illusion. Divine bird, I can tell with a single glance. Flutter. The parrot couldn't believe it and directly used its claws. It flapped its wings and flew over. Its claws fiercely clawed at one of the gates. Immediately, just like before, its claws broke when it slapped the supreme demon corpse's throat. Awoo! It howled miserably, but it didn't feel any pain. Instead, it cursed. God, can there be an upper limit to your favoritism? Do you want this bird to live? My hashtag, $%. The parrot was truly agitated. It had tolerated the vastness of the divine bridge, but now it had gone one step further, transforming the divine bridge into a spatial portal. It really couldn't accept it. For example, if heaven and earth were a warehouse, then the power of heaven and earth would be the goods within. Other people would not only have to move the goods, but they would also have to transport them over a long distance on the divine bridge. However, Chiang did not have to do that at all. The warehouse was right in front of his house, and he could move as much as he wanted. Comparing goods to goods, one must throw away. Comparing bird to Chuyang, one must die. The parrot had a heart-wrenching realization. At this moment, Chu Yang's spiritual power passed through the three portals and entered three incomparably vast worlds. His spiritual power suddenly scattered between the three vast worlds. He immediately felt as if his divine soul was being torn apart. His soul and spirit were about to be torn apart by the three vast worlds. At the spirit stage, coming into contact with the heavens and earth was no small matter. This was the backlash of the heavens and earth. Accompanying a king was like accompanying a tiger. The heavens and earth were emperors, and Chu Yang was a subject. If Chu Yang was not careful, he would anger the heavens and die. Chu Yang was currently in such a situation. In particular, it was at least 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more difficult for him to break through to the spirit stage than an ordinary expert. Therefore, the backlash of the heavens and earth was especially vast and fierce. Chapter 1086. From the three doors, boundless world's essence rushed out like dragons. It surged and roared as it poured into Chu Yang's body. His body trembled and cracks appeared on every inch of his skin. From the cracks, three types of blood flowed out: gold, black, and red. Of the three types of blood, the first two corresponded to his divine and demonic martial spirits, while the latter was his original blood. Shit! Chu Yang instantly felt the danger of breaking through to the spirit stage. He roared towards the sky. Could it be that I'm still unable to break through to the spirit stage with my current cultivation? I'd like to see how powerful the backlash of the world is. Divine and demonic martial spirit. Boom! As soon as he activated the divine and demonic martial spirit, the worlds created by the divine and demonic martial spirits flew out and devoured the divine and demonic aura that surged out from the heaven and hell gates. The world formed by the aura faced the last door. The three doors would devour as much world's yuan qi as it surged out. The more yuan qi it devoured, the more solid and powerful the three worlds would become. Nothing was rejected. In an instant, the backlash of the world's yuan qi was suppressed. The cracks on Chu Yang's body were also stopped. The surging spiritual aura quickly healed his injured body. It could be seen that spiritual aura was swimming within his body like dragons. Streams of blood were surging within his body. His skin, flesh, tendons, and bones emitted a divine and demonic light. The aura of heaven and hell was also emitted from his body. His divine and demonic body was strengthening and evolving. divine and demonic runes intertwined on the membrane deep within his skin and turned into something like a keratin. A divine and evil aura leaked out. His tendons, bones, and internal organs were also undergoing the same changes. Countless divine and demonic runes intertwined. His heart was beating more and more violently. Every sound was like the sound of a heavenly drum being beaten. It was like the horn of a war between the divine and demonic armies. Thump, thump, rumble. His pulse beat like thunder, and his heart beat like a heavenly drum. The two resonated, and the sound was extremely loud and clear. It was as if the sound of the great Tao was resounding. The sound of the heavenly drum and the sound of thunder appeared on his body at the same time. This meant that his divine and demonic body was rapidly growing stronger. His strength increased once again. This was the best manifestation. 600 dragon power, 700 dragon power, 800 dragon power. His strength increased to 1200 dragon power before stopping. His spiritual essence also underwent tremendous changes, becoming tougher than immortal gold and divine steel, softer than flowing water, pervasive, unstoppable. Rumble. In the process of Chu Yang's rapid improvement, the impact on the heavens and the earth was even greater, and the backlash was even more intense. Above his head, countless thunderbolts suddenly drilled out from the depths of the endless void amidst the intense storm. Rumble. A thick bolt of thunder directly pierced through the true chi and bombarded Chu Yang's body, sending him flying. The tribulation of the spirit stage? I had only broken through to the spirit stage, but the backlash I caused a heavenly punishment. Only when a living being breaks through to the soul fusion realm would they attract a lightning tribulation. Chu Yang was already like this when he was only at the spirit stage, but this also showed how powerful he was. After breaking through, he would be even more amazing. All right, it's just thunderbolts. It's not like I haven't been struck by them before. I'll use you guys to temper my body. After being slightly surprised, Chu Yang was secretly delighted. The enormous power of thunderbolts that came from a void was simply tailor-made for him. It could temper and strengthen his divine and demonic body. He opened up his body and mind, allowing the countless bolts of thunderbolts to enter his body. They completely merged with his body and tempered his physical body and spiritual chi. Chapter 1087. The thunderstorm in the void was getting more and more violent. Every time it struck, a thick bolt of lightning would burst out and penetrate into Chu Yang's body. Then, it would turn into a lightning sword, a lightning saber, a lightning spear, a lightning hammer, and a myriad of other lightning weapons that bombarded Chu Yang's body endlessly. Chu Yang was in pain and happy at the same time. Under the bombardment of the thunderstorm, a pattern outlined by lightning appeared on his body. In the pattern, there were angels and demons. The aura of God and devil was getting more and more intense. His body seemed to be hell and heaven at the same time. Whoosh! A pair of wings spread out behind him. There were no longer separate devil wings or angel wings. The new pair of wings were the fusion of devil wings and angel wings. The two were like yin and yang hugging each other, forming a new pair of wings. Not only did it have the evil aura of devil, but it also had the holy aura of God. They were interdependent, but also opposed, just like Chu Yang's destiny twin martial spirits. This was the wings of God and devil. Of course, such a change was also happening in Chu Yang's body. The three types of blood had now merged into one, turning into a bright red color once again. This meant that Chu Yang had absorbed and controlled the power of the God and devil. The upgrade of the God and devil body was coming to an end. Rumble. However, the thunderstorm from the void was even more violent. In the depths of the void, endless thunder and lightning energy surged endlessly like a river, bombarding and pouring into Chu Yang's body. If it wasn't for the divine kingdom and devil kingdom created by the God and devil martial spirits, and the world formed by the aura, which were crazily devouring the endless power of thunder, Chu Yang would have been smashed into a pile of minced meat. The spiritual energy transformed from the endless power of thunder was even more endless. It was as vast as the sea, causing the spiritual energy to quickly liquefy and solidify. After being crushed by an even greater power, the solid spiritual energy turned into tiny particles that couldn't be seen by the naked eye. The tiny particles kept entering Chu Yang's body. Slowly, his entire body seemed to be made up of countless tiny particles. It seemed that he would turn into countless tiny particles when he collapsed. Then, these tiny particles would recombine and reconstruct his body. His spiritual energy had also reached its peak. Logically speaking, since Chu Yang had completely broken through to the first level of the spirit stage, the lightning punishment should have stopped. However, the strange thing was that the lightning punishment was becoming even more intense. When Chu Yang had first arrived in the East Continent, he had been in the Nirvana ponds in the barren village. He had rebuilt his body and soul, mended the natural laws of heaven and earth, and regained his cultivation base and divine abilities. In the end, he had experienced the tribulation lightning. The parrot dodged again and again, and even though it was more than 3,000 meters away, it still felt incomparably fearful. That tribulation lightning was simply too terrifying. It even suspected that Chu Yang was pretending to be the illegitimate son of the heavens. If the damned heavens found out, they would use lightning to strike him to death. Oh my God, what's going on? Kata's spirit stage has already reached perfection, so why is he still being struck by lightning? Could it be that Kata was born to be struck by lightning? Or perhaps this is the consequence of pretending too much and advising the divine bird that I should be more of a good bird and less of a bad one? Why would the damned heavens care so much about this divine bird? This is illogical. A big question mark had appeared on the parrot's head. It couldn't figure out what had happened no matter how much it thought about it. So, it shot a glance at Chu Yang and saw that nothing had happened to him even though he had been struck by lightning for a long time. In fact, not even a single strand of his hair had been injured. Chapter 1088. The parrot suffered 10,000 points of damage and made up its mind. Divine bird, when I broke through to the spirit stage, my divine bridge was only as thick as a rope. There was no movement at all. I must not let this wicked person know. Otherwise, this wicked person will definitely discriminate against this divine bird and bully me to death. Sigh, the sorrow of the weak. I'm a divine bird, yet I can only be a bootlicker for the rest of my life. The parrot placed its two wings behind its back, as if it was holding its hands behind its back. It sadly looked for a place to cultivate. How could there be a lightning punishment in the Seven Wheels demon realm? In addition, Chu Yang's lightning punishment caused too much of a commotion. It quickly alerted many people, and many people immediately rushed over. I want to see who's undergoing a tribulation in the Seven Wheels demon realm. He's simply a madman. The demonic aura in the Seven Wheels demon realm is already terrifying enough. With the addition of the lightning punishment, he'll definitely die. This person dares to undergo a tribulation in the Seven Wheels demon realm. I'm afraid that he's extremely terrifying. I have to be careful. Otherwise, if I anger him, I won't even know how I died. Many people wanted to see which madman was causing trouble in the Seven Wheels demon realm. However, there were even more people who were cautious. This was because the lightning punishment itself represented that the person undergoing the tribulation was extraordinary. Since he dared to undergo a tribulation in the Seven Wheels demon realm, it was even more shocking. There weren't that many madmen in the world. If he dared to do this, he probably had complete confidence. Isn't the person in the lightning punishment the monster? Among the many people who arrived, someone saw Chu Yang and immediately recognized Chu Yang. Chu Yang had devoured the demonic aura in the Seven Wheels demon realm. Such a shocking matter left a deep impression on those who had seen him. It's him. No wonder he could devour the demonic aura in the Seven Wheels demon realm. He's only at the spirit stage, yet he can attract a lightning punishment. He's truly terrifying. Is he a genius from the 6 great academies, or a genius from another sect? I've never seen this person before. Chu Yang was undergoing a tribulation, but he still maintained his vigilance towards his surroundings. After all, he was in the Seven Wheels demon realm. In such a dangerous place, if he wasn't careful, he wouldn't even know how he died. The commotion caused by the lightning tribulation was extremely large. It would attract the attention of the people from the seven-wheel demon domain. He had already expected this. Therefore, after reaching the spirit stage complete stage, he had already retracted all of his divine and demon auras. However, he could not hide the aura of the eastern wilderness. He was undergoing a tribulation, so of course he couldn't restrain his aura and cultivation. He could only hope that Thunder's aura would cover up his eastern wilderness aura. Otherwise, he would be in danger. Chuyang heard everyone's discussion, but he didn't dare to believe that no one had discovered his identity. If he were to discover the so-called wild dog, he would definitely keep quiet and wait for the wild dog to complete his tribulation. Then, he would immediately make a move and beat him up, taking his head. Should I strike first to gain the initiative? I'll sweep all of these people into the lightning tribulation and kill them all. Chuyang was a little hesitant. Although it was said that he would rather die than die, he still felt a little uneasy when he suddenly attacked and killed so many people. After all, the other party hadn't shown any malice. Although most of the people here probably discriminated against the Eastern Wilderness and viewed him as a wild dog, there wasn't enough reason to kill him. The wild dog's aura over there. When this sentence entered Chuyang's ears, he didn't need to hesitate anymore because he didn't have a choice. There, someone suddenly shouted with incomparable excitement. The one undergoing the tribulation is the wild dog. This wild dog should be the Eastern Wilderness 001, Eastern Wilderness 002, or Eastern Wilderness 003 that left its name on the Divine Monument. It might even be the Eastern Wilderness 007. He's only at the spirit stage, but he's already attracted such a terrifying tribulation. He's definitely the wild dog that left its name on the Divine Monument. Ha! Someone had already laughed out loud. This person was a Transcendence Realm expert. At this moment, he looked at Chuyang as if he was looking at the Nirvana pill that could help him break through to the Nirvana realm. His eyes lit up. Trash, all of you scram. A triangular-eyed old man with surging demonic aura said in a sinister voice, "You have 3 breaths of time. If you don't leave, I'll treat you as an enemy and kill all of you." Chapter 1089. Golden Silkworm Fiend. He's the Golden Silkworm Fiend. As soon as the triangular-eyed old man's voice fell, someone instantly recognized him and cried out in shock, their voices trembling. What? Golden Silkworm Fiend, the old demon who came to raise goo worms. Isn't he dead? It's him. It's Golden Silkworm Fiend. More trembling voices sounded. Then, many people knelt down to the Golden Silkworm Fiend and shouted, "Greetings, Patriarch Golden Silkworm." Ha! The triangular-eyed old man, Golden Silkworm Fiend, laughed and nodded repeatedly. Not bad, not bad. You know the rules. Kowtow to me when you see me. Only then can you live. Greetings, Patriarch Golden Silkworm. Those who hadn't knelt down before immediately knelt down in fear. They were trembling, and the sound of chattering teeth could be heard. It was so loud that it actually became a cacophony. The demonic power of the Golden Silkworm Fiend could be seen. It was no wonder that people were afraid, because the Golden Silkworm Fiend was indeed terrifying. The so-called Golden Silkworm was naturally not a silkworm baby, but a goo worm. In order to become famous, the Golden Silkworm Fiend once sent a group of goo worms to kill and devour an extremely prestigious family in the East Continent. Not a single drop of their bodies was left. His method was extremely vicious. The righteous people of the East Continent were furious and frantically chased after the Golden Silkworm Fiend, but they were all killed and devoured by the Golden Silkworm Fiend's goo worms. For a time, his ferocity was unparalleled and shook the East Continent. His notoriety could stop children from crying, so much so that it alarmed the 6 great academies, and they sent experts to encircle and suppress him. It was rumored that the Golden Silkworm Fiend had been killed. At that time, his master was the insect demon. This old antique had caused rivers of blood in the 6 great academies. It had been more than 30 years, but now there were still people who recognized him. This made the golden silkworm fiend extremely happy. When he heard the sound of teeth chattering, he was even more delighted. Huh! The golden silkworm fiend could not help but laugh. Since you recognize me and know my name, then you're all good children. There's no need for you to leave. Today, I'll show you what I'm capable of. Thank you, Patriarch. The group knelt down again and cheered. Huh! The golden silkworm fiend smiled at Chew. Wild dog, since you've already heard my name, why don't you cut your head and give it to me? Give it to me S's. Buzz. Fiend. Fiend golden silkworm fiend. Phi. Golden silhouette fiend. He fiend. Phi says, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and admit your guilt, and I'll spare your lives. After that, he stared at the golden silkworm fiend. Ugly thing with triangular eyes, kneel down and bark like a dog. Be my dog, and I'll forgive your sins. The golden silkworm fiend stared blankly for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha! Wild dog, you're really crazy, even crazier than me. Very good. Later, I will definitely make you wish you were dead. I will make you deeply feel the prestige of this ancestor. Ha! Although the people of the East Continent were afraid of the golden silkworm fiend, they couldn't help but laugh out loud when they heard Chu Yang's words. He was truly too ignorant, daring to be so arrogant even in the face of death. Three-legged bug, if it weren't for the fact that you're infamous and that the two-legged maggots in the East Continent tremble in fear when they see you, do you think you'd still be alive? Chapter 1090. The golden silkworm fiend's triangular eyes shone fiercely. A mere wild dog actually dared to speak to him like that? He was so angry that his face trembled. Patriarch, don't be angry. A demonic path disciple flattered Patriarch Golden Silkworm. The wild dog doesn't know of Patriarch's reputation. That's why he dared to be so presumptuous. If he knew, he would definitely be scared witless. That makes sense. The golden silkworm fiend immediately took out a palm-sized cauldron with a blood cocoon inside. The moment the cauldron lid was opened, the blood cocoon broke open, and the sound of a silkworm chewing on mulberry leaves could be heard. Then, a blood-red and translucent goo popped its head out of the cauldron and squeaked. The goo worm was only the size of a finger and looked around. It was fat and sneaky, looking like a silkworm baby. It was so cute that people couldn't help but want to protect it. However, this goo worm had 3 pairs of thin cicada wings on its back. 6-winged bloodworm. Chu Yang's eyelids twitched when he saw this goo worm. The great emperor of the eastern wilderness was skilled in using poison, so his descendants were also very familiar with goo poisons. He had killed Jun Tiancho and the others, so he had a certain understanding of goo worms from their memories. In the records, there were more than 300 types of goo worms, and 50 of them were high-grade goo worms. The 6-winged bloodworm was ranked 36th among the high-grade goo worms. It was extremely poisonous and was a variant among goo worms. It was extremely difficult to cultivate, so it was extremely shocking. From what Chu Yang knew, if this 6-winged bloodworm fully matured, it could even kill a saint. The 6-winged bloodworm devoured the flesh, essence, and souls of living beings to evolve. There was once a 6-winged bloodworm that devoured an entire city of people, but it hadn't fully matured yet. This was an extremely vicious and terrifying goo worm. Chu Yang didn't expect to see it now. If he had encountered the golden silkworm fiend in the past, he would have died without a doubt. When Blood Silkworm saw Patriarch Golden Silkworm, it was as though it had seen a relative. It spread its thin wings and flew towards Golden Silkworm with a squeaking sound. It looked like it couldn't control its wings. As he neared, the 6-winged blood silkworm suddenly grew to the size of a small mountain. It flapped its wings and shot forward as fast as lightning. It opened its mouth, revealing barbed fangs. Its teeth were extremely sharp and gleaming coldly. They grew all over its mouth and all the way to its throat. It suddenly bit down on the head of the golden silkworm fiend. It was very common for goo worms to devour their masters. The golden silkworm fiend was already prepared. He grabbed the devil disciple who had just flattered him and directly sent him into the mouth of the six-winged blood silkworm. With a cracking sound, the demonic path disciple didn't even have a chance to scream before his neck was bitten off, instantly dying. The broken neck was poisoned and immediately corroded, emitting a fishy yellow smoke. The six-winged bloodworm opened its ferocious mouth and devoured the body of the demonic path disciple in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing behind. "Ha, good, good, good." The golden silkworm fiend laughed and suddenly flicked a demonic light into the six-winged bloodworm's body. It easily took control of the six-winged bloodworm. The six-winged bloodworm then devoured more than 10 people before stopping. Its aura instantly soared to the transcendence realm. Everyone in the East Continent panicked. Everyone was like the last yellow leaf on a tree in the autumn wind, trembling. Everyone was in danger and didn't make sound. Chu Yang's pupils constricted. The six-winged bloodworm was indeed terrifying. Chapter 1091. Ugly three-horned worm. You really don't know how to spell the word death. Chu Yang was originally sitting cross-legged in the void, but at this moment he stood up amidst the rolling thunder and said coldly, "Those who dare to be fierce in front of me are all dead. You will be the next one." "Ha!" Patriarch Golden Silkworm laughed in anger. "Wild dog, do you think you're amazing because you can attract lightning punishment at the spirit realm, because you are at the paramount realm, or a divine arts practitioner? Actually, you are still nothing in front of me." Logically speaking, Chu Yang didn't have the right to be arrogant in front of the golden silkworm fiend, but it was different with a lightning punishment. His lightning punishment was very weak for a nirvana realm. But if the golden silkworm fiend was swept into his lightning punishment, the punishment would be equivalent to the golden silkworm fiend's realm. The golden silkworm fiend would also die. This was Chu Yang's plan, and it was also the reason why he wasn't afraid of the people of the East Continent. "You are just a nirvana realm three-horned worm. Why are you boasting in front of me? It is enough for me to kill you." Tap, tap, tap. Chu Yang walked towards the golden silkworm fiend step by step with a rolling lightning punishment. The crowd was instantly thrown into chaos. "Oomph." The golden silkworm fiend sneered. "Wild dog, you want to use the lightning punishment to kill me? How childish. I know you are in the middle of a tribulation, but I dare to speak. Do you think I am unprepared?" Buzz, buzz, buzz. Instantly, 9 pairs of cicada wings appeared behind golden cicada, old devil, and flapped. A 10-winged blood silkworm appeared at the center of his brows. The 10-winged blood silkworm was even more terrifying than the 6-winged blood silkworm. "Wild dog, stick out your tongue. No matter how fast you run with your 4 dog legs, don't even think of closing the distance between you and me and dragging me into the lightning punishment." The golden silkworm fiend relied on speed. The 10-winged blood silkworm speed. He took advantage of Chu Yang's low cultivation level, took advantage of Chu Yang's speed, and took advantage of the fact that Chu Yang could only eat dust behind him. The ignorant are fearless. I'm talking about an idiot like you. When it came to speed, Chu Yang was not afraid of anyone. In the eastern wilderness, if he unleashed his full speed, he could kill people and pierce through mountains. Back in the East Continent, he could do the same after completing the laws of heaven and earth. In particular, his angelic wings and demonic wings had just fused into a new pair of divine wings. It was a good opportunity for him to test his speed. Pong! Thunder rumbled as the wings of the celestial demon spread open. The thunder and lightning completely covered the wings of the celestial demon. Only endless thunder and lightning could be seen, as if the wings were made of thunder and lightning. "Wild dog, you really don't know." Whoosh. Before the golden silkworm fiend could finish his words, Chu Yang flapped his wings and shot towards the golden silkworm fiend like a bolt of lightning. Boom, 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 boom. Chu Yang's body was already on fire as he flew. He felt that the airflow was like a city wall. His entire body was in pain as the strong airflow almost tore his body apart. If it wasn't for the upgrade of his divine demon body, he would have been seriously injured. What kind of speed was this? The golden silkworm fiend's eyes widened in disbelief. Just as the 5 pairs of wings behind him were about to flap and escape, dense thunder had already appeared above his head and rumbled. In the blink of an eye, he was caught in Chu Yang's thunder tribulation. It was simply unheard of for a spirit stage to possess such a terrifying speed. The golden silkworm fiend's expression changed. Everything had subverted his expectations. He panicked like a eunuch and screamed loudly. How is this possible? How can a mere spirit stage wild dog possess such a terrifying speed? Chapter 1092. Lightning Tribulation Greets Patriarch Golden Silkworm. I wish Patriarch Golden Silkworm an early death and early reincarnation. Chu Yang's mocking voice instantly entered Golden Silkworm's ears. Before he could get angry, Chu Yang's voice drilled into his ears again. No, you won't be able to reincarnate. I said I'd send you to the 18th level of hell, so I wish you an early death and an early entry into hell. Wild dog. Golden Silkworm trembled in anger. A mere wild dog actually dared to mock him like this. Triangular bug, we don't know each other. Don't act so excited to see me off. Be careful, or I'll throw up. Swish! Chu Yang brushed past old ancestor Golden Silkworm and rushed into the crowd. With a pung, a person was crushed to death, but Chu Yang didn't feel anything. He didn't even know what cultivation this person had. Wild dog, you dare. Wild dog, don't come over. Wild dog, I beg you. In an instant, the crowd was in chaos. No one wanted to be involved in the lightning tribulation and fled for their lives. This gave Chu Yang an opportunity. Pung pung pung. He flew over and ruthlessly slapped down with his hands, smashing one head after another into their chests. In just an instant, more than 10 people died. Wild dog, I'll fight you to the death. Who wants to fight you? Go fight the lightning tribulation. Chu Yang flew away with a swish. The Lord said that lightning tribulation is candy. Everyone has one. Don't complain that it's too little. Just as Chu Yang's voice fell, rumble, all of a sudden, in this part of the world from the void, lightning drilled out from many places, and lightning tribulations descended. In an instant, this place turned into a world of thunder. A beautiful scene unfolded. Lightning flashed everywhere, and people were undergoing tribulation everywhere. People were screaming and cursing everywhere. The lightning was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Life and death realm, thunder tribulation. I am merely at the nirvana realm. How could the life and death realm, thunder tribulation descend? Golden Silkworm Fiend cried out in horror. Over there, the lightning punishment descended. A mountain-sized white skull, surrounded by deathly energy, descended with rumbling sounds. As for the Golden Silkworm Fiend, he was trembling in fear. He was only at the nirvana realm, but a life and death realm thunder tribulation had descended. How would he deal with it? He would definitely die. Hee. Previously, the Golden Silkworm Fiend was laughing heartily. At this moment, Chu Yang laughed sinisterly and kindly answered for the Golden Silkworm Fiend. Don't be surprised, Triangular Worm. That's because I'm handsome and good at acting, so I gave you a surprise. Extra large candy. Are you satisfied? Chu Yang's lightning retribution had far surpassed his current spirit stage. Therefore, the lightning retribution would naturally be higher than the Golden Silkworm Fiend. From the looks of it, his lightning tribulation should be at the soul amalgamation realm. Wild dog. The Golden Silkworm Fiend was furious, but his voice was interrupted by the rumbling thunder. The white skull formed by the lightning smashed down fiercely. In an instant, the area was filled with thunder and lightning, and deathly energy surged. Chu Yang looked at the audience. He was almost in a poetic mood. He sighed and said, "It's really as beautiful as a painting." The Golden Silkworm Fiend was so angry that he almost fainted. Chu Yang was also undergoing his tribulation, but it was too easy, and he was about to lose his life. At this moment, everyone was trying their best to resist the lightning retribution that was one realm higher than them. Chu Yang looked at all of this. He didn't feel any pity, and the corner of his mouth curled up into a sneer. He thought to himself, today is just the beginning. I will definitely kill my way to fame. At that time, let's see who dares to call me Wild Dog. Immediately, he smiled at the audience and said, Everyone, are the candies that I rewarded you tasty? Everyone in the East Continent was resisting the lightning retribution, so they didn't have the time to fight back. Some of them resisted the lightning retribution and fled frantically. However, how could Chu Yang let them go? Under the lightning retribution, he covered the devil flying daggers and shot them out continuously. Swish, 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 swish. The devil flying daggers wrapped in lightning seemed to be a bolt of lightning. Chapter 1093. The golden silkworm fiend naturally wanted to escape from the range of the lightning tribulation. If he escaped from the range of the lightning tribulation would still descend, but it would be much weaker. He might be able to withstand it and survive. However, he was Chu Yang's main target, so how could he escape? Triangular worm, you haven't even finished your candy, and you want to leave? You may have asked the heavens, but have you asked this young master? Swish! Chu Yang shot over like lightning, but he was just behind the golden silkworm fiend, making it impossible for the old monster to escape from the lightning tribulation. He was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Wild Dog, do you want to fight to the death? If you let me go, I won't harm you anymore. Don't you think it's ridiculous to beg a dog? Chu Yang's ridicule made the golden silkworm fiend's face turn red. Rumble. The lightning tribulation became even more violent. Hearing the rumbling sound of thunder, the golden silkworm fiend's expression changed. Chu Yang was the center of the lightning tribulation, so his arrival would naturally increase the intensity of the lightning tribulation. Wild Dog, even if I die today, I'll drag you down to hell with me. Buzz, buzz. The golden silkworm fiend gritted his teeth and threw caution to the wind. 5 pairs of wings flapped behind him. In an instant, 10 large whirlpools formed behind him, as if there were 10 heavenly caves. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out, and a violent wind blew. The airflow surged like a surging river, causing the void to tremble. Wherever the golden silkworm fiend passed, the void would rumble as if a giant was running on the ground. His speed was astonishing. Chu Yang's speed was fast, but that was only when compared to the Spirit Stage and Soul Fusion Stage. No one in the Spirit Stage or Soul Fusion Stage had such a terrifying speed. Perhaps not even those in the Transcendent Stage, but the Golden Silkworm Fiend was in the Nirvana Stage. There was a certain difference in speed between the two, but Chu Yang's speed was enough to ensure that the old monster would be caught in his lightning tribulation. Path to Heaven. Chu Yang was already prepared for this. He immediately used the magical power of the heavenly road. Spirit energy surged under his feet and formed 5-colored clouds and mist to cover the heavenly road. He took a step on it and disappeared with a swoosh sound. Rumble. As soon as he left, the void there seemed to have exploded. Demonic chi surged and rose, forming a mushroom cloud. Hee, golden silkworm fiend, are you that fast? Show me. In order to ensure that the golden silkworm fiend was within the range of the lightning tribulation, Chu Yang didn't run too far away and reappeared 100 meters away. Wild Dog, you used space-time divine ability just now. You are Eastern Wilderness 002. Within the demon chi, the triangular eyes of the golden silkworm fiend had turned scarlet. He was almost going crazy. In his entire life, he cared about his reputation the most. If he were to die at the hands of a wild dog, a mere spirit stage wild dog, where would he put his face? So what? Chu Yang sneered. Triangular worm, you're about to become a dead worm. Aren't you tired of caring so much? Before I die, wild dog, you'll definitely die first. Rumble. Just as the golden silkworm fiend moved, a lightning tribulation struck down and sent him flying. However, he didn't care. He suddenly got up and chased after Chu Yang. Chu Yang constantly used the path to heaven ability to escape. During this time, He also used the 5 elements disorder steps. However, the golden silkworm fiend was extremely terrifying when he went berserk. He was in danger several times, but fortunately, the lightning tribulation struck down and he was able to escape. After a while, the golden silkworm fiend was severely injured by the lightning tribulation. He no longer dared to withstand the lightning tribulation and chased after Chu Yang. Triangular worm, come and chase me. Let's play hide and seek. Chu Yang seemed to be playing around, but his heart was already in a gloomy state. Just now, because of the golden silkworm fiend, many people had escaped the range of the lightning tribulation and went to other places to undergo the tribulation. Originally, the lightning tribulation caused a huge commotion. If these people escaped and went to other places to undergo the tribulation, the commotion would be even bigger and attract even more people. His identity in the eastern wilderness would also be exposed at an even faster speed. As a result, he would become more and more dangerous. I can't delay any longer. If I can't escape before those people from the East Continent arrive, I'll definitely die if I'm trapped here. Crackle. Under the cover of the lightning, Chu Yang condensed the demon spear and prepared to assassinate Golden Silkworm Patriarch. At this moment, the 10-winged blood silkworm within Golden Silkworm Patriarch's body had already rushed out. It was the size of a millstone and was above the Golden Silkworm fiend, blocking the lightning tribulation for him. Chapter 1094. Rumble. When the lightning tribulation descended once again, a white bone cauldron pressed down on the golden silkworm fiend. At this moment, Chu Yang made his move. The 5-colored clouds covered the sky, and the heavenly road appeared. Chu Yang took a step on it, and disappeared as if he had broken through the void and entered into another world. In the blink of an eye, Chu Yang suddenly appeared behind the golden silkworm fiend like a demon god descending from the sky. He stabbed the golden silkworm fiend's heart with his spear. Wild dog, how dare you? The golden silkworm fiend was furious, but it was too late for him to react. He could only watch as Chu Yang's spear pierced through his heart and lifted him up. I'm going to die just like that. I really died at the hands of a wild dog. At this moment, the golden silkworm fiend was stunned. He couldn't accept such an outcome and died with his eyes wide open. Bang! 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 The demon spear exploded and a muffled sound rang out. Bloody holes appeared on the body of the golden silkworm fiend. Blood, flesh, broken bones, and pieces of internal organs splattered everywhere. Swish! Chu Yang immediately used a shield after his attack succeeded. The golden silkworm fiend's final counterattack was vented in the air. Another lightning tribulation descended. The golden silkworm fiend was unable to resist it. Smoke rose from his body, and he fell straight down. The demon that could stop children from crying in the East Continent had died at the hands of a spirit stage. He died from ignorance. The person who erected the plaque was Eastern Wilderness 002. Chu Yang had killed everyone and erected a plaque. However, his lightning tribulation still hadn't ended. He couldn't care less. He wanted to drag the parrot out and escape. However, he didn't need to. The parrot's wild laughter could already be heard. Wah! My master's power increased by 500 dragon force. This divine bird feels invincible. The parrot's energy radiated in all directions. 9-colored spiritual energy surged, and every single one of its feathers sparkled with neon light. It was both beautiful and divine. Whether it was its cultivation or strength, it seemed to have grown by leaps and bounds. What's going on? The parrot had barely appeared when it saw the mess in the surroundings. The smell of blood was strong, and the charred corpses on the ground were strewn all over the place. The entire bird was dumbfounded. Is this a miracle created by wicked people? That doesn't make sense. Time is too short. I, the bird king, only left to flirt with girls. Rumble. A bolt of lightning suddenly fell down. The stunned parrot wasn't prepared for this at all. It screamed miserably as it was struck and sent flying. Then, it immediately understood what had happened. It was a wicked lightning punishment. Originally, Its feathers were extremely beautiful. Once it spread its tail, even the feathers of a peacock wouldn't be able to compare to it. But now its entire body was charred black, and its entire body was burning with pain. It was still emitting smoke and fire, and there was even lightning crackling. It was stunned and muttered to itself, "Is this a slap to the bird's face?" This divine bird had just said that it was invincible, and now it's a slap to the face, turning a handsome bird into a stupid blackbird. The parrot looked at Chu Yang again. In the lightning, his entire body was sparkling and translucent like jade. There wasn't a single flaw. He was like a god, like a saint, or like a demon. He was incredibly awe-inspiring. With this comparison, its head drooped down in dejection. It had been beaten half to death. Wicked had been struck by lightning for half a day. Not only did he become more and more handsome, he had also casually committed a crime and killed a large number of people. It had only been swept up in Wicked's lightning punishment and had become a charred bird in an instant. It couldn't help but say angrily, if this divine bird were to compare with this wicked person again, this divine bird would be a stupid bird, a hopeless medicinal bird. It serves me right to be single for 100 years and have no descendants. Rumble. Another lightning punishment fell, and the furious parrot was sent flying. When it stood up, it immediately cursed. Damned heavens, this divine bird has already admitted its wrongs. What else do you want? I hid in a corner, licking my wounds alone. This is a crime. Little bitch, it's healthier to be struck by lightning. Hearing this, the parrot immediately smiled fawningly. Master, I already feel tired and don't love. My heart is so hurt, so painful. Master, you're so shameless. Give me some compensation. I've already given you the lightning punishment candies. What else do you want? Lightning punishment candies, what a creative compensation. The parrot rolled its eyes. Cut the crap. Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, I'll give you a few more lightning punishment candies. Chu Yang and the parrot left to go through the tribulation elsewhere. Not long after they left, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. In an instant, two groups of people arrived. One group was led by Bei Qinxing from the Stardow Academy, and the other group was led by Li Shangsan from the Myriad Elephant Academy. The speed of the news was much faster than Chu Yang had imagined. Star Child, someone is undergoing tribulation there. It might be the wild dog that escaped. Chapter 1095. Is the wild dog going through the tribulation there? Bei Qinxing narrowed his eyes slightly. This might be a possibility. Immediately, the void around him darkened and turned into a pitch-black night sky. He was like the brightest star among the stars. His whole body bloomed with dazzling starlight, and two beams of starlight shot out from his eyes. In an instant, everything in that direction was vivid in his eyes. In the endless thunderlight, a slender figure was wrapped in thunder and lightning. There was a scorched bird on his shoulder. At this moment, the bird was rolling its eyes as it looked at the endless thunder and lightning. The moment Bei Qinxing looked at the figure, the slender figure in the endless thunder and lightning seemed to immediately sense it. He suddenly turned around and looked at Bei Qinxing. Rumble. In the thunder and lightning, the figure was like a god of thunder. When his eyes looked over, Bei Qinxing immediately felt the thunder and lightning in his consciousness raging. The two beams of thunder that looked over were like two lightning punishments. Casually peeking at the face of the heavens were angry and sent down lightning punishments. This feeling was simply terrible. That was especially true when Star Polaris sensed the aura of the eastern wasteland from that figure. Damned stray dog, you actually dared to be nobler than me, looking down on me with such a lofty attitude. Bei Qinxing's fair face immediately flushed red. He was so angry that his teeth were chattering. A violent aura erupted from his body. He was like a furious king. Suddenly, the sun and the moon lost their light. The scene of stars falling around him was extremely terrifying. Such an aura made the people around him tremble involuntarily. Wild dog, I will definitely tear you into pieces to vent my anger. However, as soon as their eyes met, Bei Qinxing was already screaming hysterically. His handsome face was completely distorted. What kind of humiliation was this? Chu Yang's divine senses were sharp. He saw everything clearly, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He was more powerful in the lightning punishment. This was a matter of course. Bei Qinxing actually screamed hysterically because of this. The eastern wilderness was full of dogs. They were all dog shit. Chu Yang didn't care about these opinions, but he couldn't help but be angry at this discrimination. Li Shang-san, are you going to kill this wild dog? Or am I going to kill this wild dog? Bei Qinxing looked at Li Shang-san and growled like a beast in danger. He said in a low voice, I'm going to kill this wild dog. You won't steal it from me, right? He was really worried that Li Shang-san would steal the credit. It was easy to kill a wild dog, but the reward for killing this wild dog was not low. Not only would it prove that the ranking on the Divine Monument was not valid, but it would also help the people of the East Continent vent their anger and make a name for themselves. Bei Qinxing, you actually think that I will steal it from you? How ridiculous! Li Shang-san sneered. Bei Qinxing couldn't help but stare. He said coldly, Li Shang-san, what do you mean? Do you want to compete with me first? TSK. Li Shang-san was even more disdainful. Bei Qinxing, do you think I'm afraid of you? However, in order not to make a fool of myself in front of the wild dog, I don't mind reminding you. What is that? Li Shang-san pointed to the stone tablet that Chu Yang had set up after killing the golden silkworm fiend. There were a few words on it that were very eye-catching, at least to Bei Qinxing. Died of ignorance. Li Shang-san was saying that Bei Qinxing was ignorant. Chapter 1096. Bei Qinxing, you're really an idiot. Li Shang-san was not afraid. He pointed at the corpse of the golden silkworm fiend and sneered. Do you know who this is? The golden silkworm fiend. The golden silkworm fiend. Bei Qinxing's pupils shrank. The golden silkworm fiend. Before he came, he had heard that the golden silkworm fiend had been killed. Of course, he was fully aware of how powerful the golden silkworm fiend was. He had temporarily forgotten about such a person because of his anger towards Chu Yang. Now that he thought of it, he couldn't help but be shocked. This golden silkworm fiend is extraordinary. The wild dog killed it with the help of the lightning punishment. I'm afraid it's not simple. However, Li Shang-san was actually afraid of a wild dog. Bei Qinxing couldn't help but laugh mockingly. Li Shang-san, aren't you ridiculous? It's just a wild dog. How can you be afraid of it? You're not afraid of losing face, but I'm afraid of losing face for the East Continent. How much did he look down on Chu Yang? Li Shang-san's expression was cool. He said disdainfully, Bei Qinxing, are you a man or a dog? Li Shang-san, how dare you call me a dog? Bei Qinxing was furious. His eyes, which are like the starry sky, narrowed as if 7 stars were aligned. His killing intent was blazing. If you're not a dog, why do you want to bite a dog? Li Shang-san sneered even more. A dog biting another dog is a mouthful of fur. To put it nicely, it can be called a dog fight. It may be very interesting, but a man biting a dog is rare. It's definitely much more interesting. A human biting a dog. Bei Qinxing's face suddenly turned hot, and he felt even more embarrassed. In front of his opponent, his performance just now was too unbearable. If word of this got out, wouldn't he become a laughingstock, saying that he was inferior to Li Shang-san? Where would he put his face? Fortunately, Bei Qinxing immediately grabbed hold of a life-saving straw and retorted, I'm butchering dogs, not biting them. Li Shang-san, watch out. Humph, if I need you to slaughter dogs, why would I need the dog slaughter token? Li Shang-san, if you say so, then what are you doing here? Hee hee. Li Shang-san laughed mockingly. Bei Qinxing was even more disdainful. It seems that you don't believe me when I say that I'm here because of the golden silkworm fiend. However, I definitely won't be like you just now, biting people like a mad dog and embarrassing the people of the East Continent. With that, Li Shang-san said to Chu Yang in the distance, Wild dog, Bei Qinxing was very funny just now, but please don't misunderstand. There aren't many people like him among the noble people of the East Continent. He knew that Chu Yang could clearly sense everything here. Chu Yang's expression was already very ugly. At this moment, when he heard this, He really felt as if all the feces in the world were pouring down on him. Not only was the stench unbearable, but he was also so disgusted that he almost vomited. He was furious, furious, furious. Li Shangsan discriminated against the eastern wilderness even more than Bai Qinxing. He looked down on him. That kind of attitude and that kind of face made Chu Yang want to immediately go over and beat Li Shangsan up. Two-legged maggot, can you stop spewing feces at me? I'm so disgusted that I'm about to throw up last night's meal. The parrot couldn't stand it and directly scolded, dog feces are the same shape as you. Li Shangsan was calm and without a trace of anger. He smiled faintly and said, Wild dog, do you think I'll be angry because of your barking? What a joke. Killing you would only dirty my hands. How can I be angry with animals like you? Chapter 1097. Wild dog, are you angry? Do you want to bite someone to death? Li Shangsan shook his head. You're just a wild dog. It's natural for you to be despised. I really can't find a reason for you to be angry. After a pause, he continued, I'll give you a piece of advice. As a dog, even if you're beaten and scolded, you have to pretend to be pitiful and loyal. Only by wagging your tail and begging for mercy can you live a complete dog life. People like Li Shangsan were incurable. How could Chu Yang continue to be angry with him? He only had one word for such a person, kill. Kill them all. Kill them all. Li Shangsan just smiled at Chu Yang's murderous intent. Then he said to Bai Qinxing, Bai Qinxing, did you see that? The wild dog's behavior is much more decent than yours. You've earned face for the wild dog. On the other hand, you don't want to be a good person. Instead, you choose to be a dog. You've really disgraced the East Continent. Li Shangsan, Bai Qinxing roared. Blue veins appeared on his face and twitched. His murderous intent swept over him. He was about to kill someone. Li Shangsan smiled again. Bai Qinxing, if you want to fight with me, I'm always ready to fight. But don't you think it's a big joke for two people to kill each other because of a dog? His murderous intent surged like a raging tide. However, Bai Qinxing didn't make a move. He felt that Li Shangsan was right. It was ridiculous for two people to kill each other because of a dog. He couldn't afford to lose face like this. Bai Qinxing, because you belong to the East Continent, I'll remind you again. Li Shangsan said again, remember, you're a human. If you kill a dog and get bitten by it, do you think it's worth it? That's all I have to say, Peng. As soon as Li Shangsan's words fell, a pair of vermilion bird wings unfolded behind his back. Raging flames burned fiercely. With a flap of his wings, he flew far away in an instant. The people who had been following him also left in an instant. Bai Qinxing looked in the direction where Li Shangsan had left with a gloomy face. He was not a fool. How could he not understand Li Shangsan's words? Chu Yang was undergoing a tribulation, and the thunder tribulation was what Chu Yang was relying on. If he were to get involved, a corresponding thunder tribulation would definitely descend. Although he was confident that he could pass the lightning tribulation, how could he be sure that he would come out unscathed? He would definitely be injured. Wasn't this the same as being bitten by a dog? Despicable things should be done by despicable people. Bai Qinxing felt that he had to pay attention to his identity in the future. He couldn't make such a big joke like today. Wild dog, your despicable nature saved your life. Bai Qinxing paid attention to his identity. When he spoke to Chu Yang again, he tried his best to hide his anger. After that, he also left. Damn it! Chu Yang gritted his teeth. He was completely despised. Your despicable nature saved your life. Bai Qinxing and Li Shangsan. Even though they felt that they had a chance to kill him, they both gave up, because both of them saw him as a dog. It was stupid for a human to be angry with a dog, and it wasn't worth it to be bitten by a dog. Now, he understood the dog slaughter order of the 6 great academies even more clearly. The 6 great academies could have hunted him down themselves, but they issued such a mission. They were the same as Li Shangsan and Bai Qinxing. Damn it, I really stepped on dog shit today, and I was bitten by a mad dog. Bai Qinxing was a dog shit, and Li Shangsan was a mad dog. After encountering these two things, Chu Yang's mood was not good. Just you wait. If I don't slaughter you 2 dogs, I'll be called Yang Chu. Whoosh. Chu Yang left with the parrot. His priority now was to pass the thunder tribulation. Bei Qinxing and Li Sheng-san were afraid of being bitten by dogs, but in the eyes of the people in the East Continent, Chu Yang was just a delicious dog meat. After all, the temptation of the Nirvana pill and the life-death pill was too great. Chapter 1098. Chu Yang was like a naked, peerless beauty. He was crazily fleeing. He was constantly moving. But even so, he didn't know how many people were chasing after him. But they were afraid of his speed and didn't dare to get too close. When the thunder tribulation finally ended, he used the path of heaven to escape from danger. Then, he immediately concealed the breath of the eastern wilderness and quickly changed his appearance. Crack! Crack! Chu Yang stretched his joints and became 2 meters tall. He turned into a young man with a strong back and a strong waist. His face was rough, his eyes were bright, and his face was full of beard. He looked too precocious. Little bitch, change into human form. Don't continue to be a bird. What do you mean by continue to be a bird? This divine bird has always been in this state. Master, I object. The parrot was extremely resistant to changing into human form. It said loudly, humans have human rights, birds have bird rights. So I am resisting, I am refusing, I am unwilling. Chu Yang's bright eyes suddenly emitted a strange light. He smiled at the parrot and said, Little bitch, I have the right to roast parrots. The parrot was unhappy. Can't you talk nicely? Isn't it because the characteristics of a human and a bird are too obvious? This divine bird doesn't understand. Master, this little bitch has the right to compromise. After that, it twisted and turned, and finally transformed into a human form. In an instant, a bald head appeared. Its face was round and chubby, and its eyes were very alert. It was just like a little monk who was sneakily attacking a fish. This was a cute and cunning little monk. This is a parrot. Chu Yang was stunned. He never thought that the parrot was still underage. It was more like a child of 11 or 12 years old. Then, he thought of the parrot's usual behavior. It was old-fashioned, shameless, thick-skinned, black-hearted, and very vain. It understood the depth of communication between male and female birds, and its mouth was very sharp. When it scolded people, few people could match it. Of course, he could not help but burst out laughing. Huh? Chu Yang held his stomach and laughed until his stomach hurt. He finally understood why the parrot had been so hesitant a moment ago. Now, the parrot's secret had been exposed. However, the parrot really looked like a child pretending to be an adult. Haha, little bastard. Chu Yang laughed like crazy. Master, you are absolutely envious of my young age. The parrot proudly raised its head in a calm and composed manner. Ha! Chu Yang laughed even louder. You little bitch, you're obviously a little brat, but you're willing to give up on being a minor. You're obviously cute, but you still want to be a bitch. Ha! Chu Yang laughed so hard that tears almost flowed out his eyes. The parrot turned out to be such a parrot, and the little bastard turned out to be such a little bastard. Master, you don't understand. The parrot's pair of chubby hands were behind his back, and he had a shiny head. His thievish eyes became deep, and he said in an old and experienced tone, Being cheap is only my appearance. Being cute is my true nature. I'm a parrot with true nature. People may hate me because I'm cheap, but when they discover my inner loveliness, they will be confused. In addition, Master, you have to be careful. If a parrot is not bad, the females will not like it. If the opposite of the males find my loveliness amidst my wickedness, they will definitely be unable to extricate themselves from it. They will fall into it, cry for me, laugh for me, live for me, die for me, and give birth to a bunch of little birds. Ha! Chu Yang laughed again. Little bastard, on the basis of the underage bird protection law, I now declare that I have the rights to your guardianship, education, beating, and barbecue. I hope you can be a good bird and not be cheap every day. You want to go to the next level and have 1,000 miles of eyes. The parrot was an immature bird. He had already gone too far on the crooked path and was too deeply poisoned. Normal education methods would not work. Therefore, Chuyang did not need to worry about his words. Sigh. Chapter 1099. Little bastard, teach me a lesson today. What is self-criticism? Chuyang and the parrot had both finished their transformation. With a swish, Chuyang brought the parrot back to the old place, the place where he killed the golden silkworm fiend. Chuyang told the parrot to hide himself well. Then, he suddenly displayed the shocking divine sword art. A stunning sword art was displayed in the sky. It was so shocking that it seemed as if a god had appeared. After attracting everyone's attention, he appeared on the stage. He used the void assassin martial soul. Originally, it was hidden in the void. Now that it was revealed, it was even more shocking. Chuyang raised the long sword in his hand and shouted, I am East Continent 002, Eastern Wilderness 002. Do you have the guts to fight with me? East Continent 002? You really know how to give names. Is he a madman? At this moment, the same thought appeared in everyone's mind. At this moment, there were quite a few people present. Many of them were investigating how Chuyang killed the golden silkworm fiend and the people from the East Continent. At the same time, they were trying to determine how terrifying Chuyang's lightning punishment was. In this way, he would be more confident in dealing with Chuyang after understanding all of this. Eastern Wilderness 002, come out. Aren't you very capable? Chuyang continued to shout. I heard that you're only at the first level of the spirit stage. I'm also at the first level of the spirit stage. Do you dare to fight with me at the same level? Is this the legendary self-criticism education? The parrot was confused. Wasn't this self-criticism education a bit too mysterious? It didn't understand Chuyang's intentions. Eastern Wilderness 002, I know that you must be nearby. After all, the people who came here to investigate are all people who want to harm you. You must kill them. Otherwise, how can you be at ease if your identity is exposed? This caused the people present to jump in fright. Immediately, they felt that it was very possible. At the same time, many of them immediately rejoiced. If the wild dog, Eastern Wilderness 002, was in the vicinity, they might be able to find it. Wild dog, if you don't say anything, I'll take it that you're afraid of me and don't dare to fight me. Do you have any objections? Chuyang sneered. Eastern Wilderness 002, I heard that you think you're amazing, but it seems that you're just so-so. The audience immediately fell silent. Many people were happy to see someone provoking the wild dog, Eastern Wilderness 002. Of course, no one would respond. Wild dog, you're really patient. Chuyang laughed and said provocatively, I wonder if you would be angry and want to kill me after I scolded your 18 generations of ancestors. At that moment, he opened his mouth and scolded himself. Eastern Wilderness 002, you hashtag, yin hashtag, yin yin percent hashtag hashtag. The three-character classic had been fully activated. The parrot felt that it was quite amazing. It muttered to itself, is it fun to scold himself? Is this wicked guy's brain broken? Absolutely not. The parrot immediately denied it, and then racked its brains. Wicked. He's always been digging holes and trapping people. He's always been sneaking in and out of people. He's always done wicked things. He's definitely digging a hole. In just a moment, the parrot immediately understood. He's pretending to be loyal. He's trying to infiltrate the enemy's ranks. If this wicked guy, Eastern Continent 002, mingles with Bei Qinxing and Li Sheng San, without them noticing, he can definitely catch them, strip them naked, and hang them up to dry. Sinister, extremely sinister. This wicked guy is really not a good thing. As for such a lowly trick, this divine bird needs to learn it well. Chuyang scolded for a while, and then became frivolous. Eastern Wilderness 002, I'm Eastern Continent 002. Please answer if you hear me. Chapter 1100. You're crazy. You're not the only one who wants to find a wild dog in Eastern Wilderness 002. If you can find a wild dog like this, then you're the one who's crazy. Eastern Wilderness 002, you're really a coward. To think that I thought the Eastern Wilderness had produced a hero. Chuyang said disdainfully. Now it seems that you're just a coward. You've been scolded like this, but you can still hide it. I really admire your endurance. You're really a ninja turtle. Ninja turtle, ha, well said. Just as Chu Yang was cursing, 3 people came flying through the air. The leader was a man around 24 or 25 years old. The moment he appeared, he couldn't stop laughing. At first glance, the 3 of them wore clothes with stars embroidered on them. They were the same as the students from the Stardow Academy that Chu Yang had seen before. He immediately knew where they came from. He cupped his fists and said, "Senior brothers, are you from the Stardow Academy?" Chu Yang smiled. His plan was just as the parrot had thought. 007. Naturally, they were special agents. Special agents had to carry out special missions, and for the sake of the mission, they had to use special methods. That was what all special agents did. They could also pick up girls while they were at it. In any case, that was how Chu Yang comforted himself. It wasn't the first time he had scolded himself, but it was definitely the first time he had scolded himself so viciously. His mentality was uncomfortable. It wasn't beautiful. East Continent 002. I'm Wang Sanha from the Stardow Academy. The young man cupped his fists at Chu Yang. At this moment, he was already close to Chu Yang. He said again, "The Star Child heard that you're going to kill a dog. He thinks that you're a role model for our generation. So he specially sent me to give you a reward." Reward? Chu Yang was stunned. Then, he cursed in his heart. How much did this bastard hate him? How much did he target him to do this? This is the Meteor Fist's manual. Immediately, Wang San, he passed an ancient book to Chu Yang. As soon as he looked at it, he saw the visualization diagram of a meteorite from outer space. Behind it was the spiritual energy path of the meteorite fist. Although there was only a single move, the fist was like a meteor from the heavens, but this meteor fist was definitely not bad. It was much more powerful than most of the other martial skills. Meteorites from outer space, this kind of concept was very shocking. Falling from the sky, how powerful would that be? North Star, this bastard, had actually given him a book like this. Chu Yang was secretly angry, but then he laughed inwardly. I wonder what Bei Qinxing's expression will be when he finds out that he gave such a boxing manual to the so-called wild dog. Of course, this was to encourage the people of the East Continent to encircle and kill Chu Yang. After he roughly skimmed through the meteor fist, he immediately revealed an excited expression. He was so excited that he began to tremble. With a trembling voice, he said, "Send my regards to the Star Child, and also express my gratitude to the Star Child. I will definitely not let down the Star Child's expectations. I will behead the wild dog and offer his head to the Star Child." Wang San showed a look of disdain in his eyes, but his words were very warm. East Continent 002, I will definitely convey your message for you. I still have something important to do. East Continent 002, farewell. See you again if fate wills it. Chu Yang didn't care about Wang San's disdain at all. At the same time, he was secretly shocked. Bei Qinxing can give away such an amazing boxing manual. I'm afraid it's not easy. I have to be careful. How could this be possible? Is there any justice in this world? The parrot was completely stunned. It didn't expect that it would have such an amazing effect when it scolded itself. Boom! Unlike the parrot, everyone immediately went into an uproar when they heard this. They looked at the Meteor Fist manual in Chu Yang's hands with envy. Their eyes were filled with greed. If it wasn't for Bei Qinxing, they might have already rushed up to snatch it. The situation was worrying. Chu Yang's heart was hazy as he thought, "This won't do. If there are so many people from the East Continent searching for me, like hunting dogs, I'm afraid that I won't be able to hide. I have to kill a bunch of them and let them calm down. Furthermore, once I break through to the peak of the spirit stage, I'll have more confidence in dealing with Bei Qinxing and Li Shengsan. If he killed the 2 of them, the Star Combat Academy and the Myriad Elephant Academy would definitely be furious. At that time, it would probably turn the world upside down. Without a certain amount of strength, it would be impossible." Chapter 1101. Chu Yang did not meet up with the parrot, but the 2 of them could see each other. The parrot quickly discovered that there were many people following behind Chu Yang. After thinking for a bit, it couldn't help but think that Chu Yang was sinister, this wicked. He already knows this, yet he still wants to take advantage of these idiots. Chu Yang had this celestial demon walking art, and could hide his aura in the eastern wasteland. He could also change his appearance at will. Now that his precocious appearance had been exposed, he could just change into another one. But how could no one kill him during the heavenly tribulation? This wicked was indeed digging a hole. Bei Qinxing is an unexpected gain. This is his true goal. That was what the parrot believed. Before he underwent his lightning tribulation, Chu Yang's identity could not be exposed. Therefore, he had to find another identity that could keep people in suspense. Obviously, Chu Yang's current identity was very suitable. If he cursed at it, Eastern Wilderness 002 might jump out and kill him. Therefore, a group of idiots thought that they had succeeded and followed behind him. It was already morning for this group of people. Chu Yang didn't know how far he had flown. Suddenly, the temperature in front of him gradually increased. Waves of fire swept out from the depths of the lava. The flames were boiling, and the heat waves were also sweeping over. It didn't take long for the rolling magma to appear in front of Chu Yang's eyes. There was a sea of fire in front of him. The temperature of the magma below was unimaginably high. Huge bubbles were popping up one after another. The temperature here was so high that it was simply terrifying. Even with his spirit stage cultivation, Chu Yang could not use his spirit chi to protect his body. Otherwise, he would probably be burned by the heat waves. Within the endless sea of flames, there were all kinds of flames. Some of them were extremely strange. There were also many flames that were suffused with various colors and contained an incomparably surging fire spiritual energy. One after another, they burned like a sea of clouds. Many of the flames were extremely hot. Even from far away, Chu Yang could feel the heat waves. However, there were also some flames that were strangely cold. When he used his divine awareness to sense them, he couldn't help but shiver. True, Samadhi fire, Nanming spiritual fire, and Buddhist karmic fire, underworld fire, demon fire, devil fire, god fire. In the form of the little monk, the parrot's crafty eyes went wide. This sea of fire is like a collection of all the fires in the heavens, he said hoarsely. It's like the sea of fire is a collection of all the fires in the heavens. Umaba, isn't this dead boss too terrifying? Chu Yang looked at the sea of fire in amazement. He had never seen the 800-mile flaming mountain before, but compared to this sea of fire, it was definitely not worth mentioning. This is where the Supreme Demon Lord's Force Soul is located. The Force Soul's main attribute is the fire attribute, while the other attributes are secondary. Aura was of the metal attribute. Wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and so on were also present. Strength was more or less the same as aura, but the main attribute of strength was the fire attribute. The Force Soul is on the heart chakra and is connected to the palms and soles of the feet. So the Force Soul's main attribute is the fire attribute? Chu Yang thought for a moment and understood. The Force Soul was like the heart and was the source of power. When the Force Soul was formed, not only would it increase one's strength, it would also be able to reach all directions. The Force Soul was connected to the hands and feet. As soon as he appeared in front of the Supreme Demon Lord's Force Soul, the Force Soul appeared on the heart chakra and began to devour the elemental fire in the area. As soon as the suction force was released, a cloud of fire floated over. However, before the cloud of Buddhist karmic fire could get close, it was sucked into Chu Yang's heart chakra. Chu Yang's Force Soul was like a thief who had entered a treasury. It began to crazily plunder the essence energy, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of acres of land were emptied. Chapter 11:02. The people behind Chu Yang stared blankly at this scene. They never thought that Chu Yang would be so amazing. Walking through this terrifying sea of flames was as easy as walking on flat ground. Not only was there no danger, but he was also able to absorb the essence here. The sea of flames was boundless and terrifying. Even those at the spirit stage would have to use their spiritual energy to protect themselves. It had already been proven that those without a law phase realm cultivation would not be able to cross the sea of flames. If they entered the center of the sea of flames, even those at the nirvana stage would be burned to death. This East Continent 002 does have some ability. No wonder he dared to provoke the wild dog. Could it be that the Star Child of the Star Academy gave him a fist manual? There must be a reason behind it. Of course. Otherwise, do you think that the Star Child of the Star Academy is a fool? Oomph. Wang Sanha and the other three from the Star Battle Academy didn't leave. Instead, they followed behind Chu Yang. Their mission was to monitor the movements of this so-called East Continent number 002 and ensure that he didn't embarrass himself too much. Although it was worth 1,000 gold, the East Continent 002 was too embarrassing. Bai Chengxing would also lose face. At this moment, Wang Sanhe sneered in his heart. What kind of person is the Star Child? Is he someone that people like you can guess? Seeing that Chu Yang had safely entered the Sea of Flames, he couldn't help but feel even more satisfied. As Chu Yang stepped into the depths of the Sea of Flames, the fire's spiritual energy suddenly became extremely violent. It turned into pillars of fire that roared and surged forward. Without exception, all of them drilled into Chu Yang's body and were absorbed by his force. He began to create a world of his force. Although the world he created was a world, it was actually the weakest world. It was not even 1,000th of the eastern wilderness's strength. It could only absorb his lightning calamity. If it was a real collision, even a law phase realm would be easily destroyed. The scene that Chu Yang created was extremely spectacular. The people from the East Continent who were watching from the periphery of the Sea of Flames were all stunned. How can he be safe and sound in the Sea of Flames? A person exclaimed, I can see that his cultivation is only at the first level of the spirit stage. Logically speaking, he would definitely be burned to death. Could it be that this Sea of Flames is not as strong as before? Let me give a try. Chu Yang's performance was truly outrageous. Not to mention a mere spirit stage. Even a soul fusion stage expert would be burned alive and turned into ashes if they entered the Sea of Flames. However, not only was Chu Yang safe and sound in the Sea of Fire, he could even absorb the flames here. Yes, someone shouted. The 6 great academies and the 1,000 demon sect must have obtained the treasures within the supreme demon corpse and taken away the divine items. That's why the power of the Sea of Flames was greatly reduced. That's why this puny spirit stage could act so arrogantly in the Sea of Flames. Today is different from the past. We must not be scared. As soon as these words were spoken, more than 10 people tried to rush in. Who would have thought that as soon as they entered, a sea of fire would erupt with a pong sound? Then, more than 10 people would be burned to death in the Sea of Fire. Very soon, they would be burned to ashes. The one who spoke looked at the scene that he had single-handedly directed. He rubbed his chin and muttered, This Sea of Fire really hasn't changed. That one who looks too precocious is indeed not simple. Immediately, many people's murderous gazes swept towards him. What are you looking at? Who can you blame for your own stupidity? His eyes emitted an ominous glint, causing the angry people to temporarily restrain their anger. Wicked, you want to take all the benefits for yourself? Have you asked this divine bird for permission? Looking at Chu Yang walking further and further away, it became anxious. The benefits were too great. How could it miss it? Previously, it had eaten some soup from the supreme demon ancestor's aura, and it had gained 500 dragon power. Its 7 wheels even showed signs of evolving into a world. Let's go all out. This young master's aura has changed. There should be no problem. The parrot nervously stepped into the Sea of Flames. After discovering that it was fine and that it could still devour the flames, it immediately turned its head and said to the crowd, Wah, everyone, the heaven-blessed martial artist is indeed different. Goodbye, everyone. Chapter 1103. Wicked is wicked. That's awesome. The parrot looked at Chu Yang, who was walking farther and farther into the sea of flames, and shouted, "Brother, wait for me. We're the same kind of people." Chu Yang promised to give the parrot some soup later, so the parrot didn't come over. In the sea of fire, they directly entered. After about 10 li, in the distant sky, they saw a red cloud flying over. Crackling sounds came from it, and a dense fire chi swept over, causing the temperature to rise sharply. A flock of fire crows. The parrot's eyes bulged. It didn't care about anything and rushed to Chu Yang's side. That red cloud was actually countless fiery red crows flying in flocks, numbering in the tens of thousands. Chu Yang looked at the flock of fire crows. At this moment, he finally understood what it meant to cover the sky and burn the earth. This was it. However, he wasn't afraid. He said to himself, "We should be there." As soon as he said that, he saw a 1,000 miles long beam of godly demon light fly over. It was the power of two supreme figures. In an instant, the flock of fire crows was silently destroyed. Chu Yang experienced it once and didn't panic. While protecting the parrot, he pointed a finger at its forehead and let the godly demon light drown it. After that, everything happened just like before. His power formed the three souls. Rumble. The thunder tribulation came as expected. Rolling thunder came from the sea of fire, and immediately the sea of fire shook. Wild dog, it's a wild dog. A wild dog is going through the tribulation. The one that entered the sea of fire safe and sound just now is too precocious. It's very likely a wild dog. Hearing this, Wang Sanhe and the other two's hearts skipped a beat. If so, wouldn't Xingzi be a joke? It shouldn't be. It definitely isn't. Wang Sanhe wanted to go in and see, but he was afraid of the sea of fire and was even more afraid of being involved in Chu Yang's thunder tribulation. He could only give up. The appearance of the thunder tribulation attracted many people to hunt Chu Yang. There were countless transcendents and nirvana realm experts. They were all watching and waiting. When the thunder tribulation ended, it was time to hunt the wild dog. After a while, a young monk whose body was charred black charged out of the sea of fire. Lightning tribulations flashed above his head, and his bald head was still emitting smoke. He constantly shouted, "Quick, run! The wild dog is too terrifying. It's not human at all. Everyone run." Everyone instantly saw a pair of thievish eyes and immediately recognized them. It's that hateful little monk from before. "Little monk, did you kill the wild dog just now? If it wasn't a parrot, who else could it be? Kill my ass." Which damned bastard gave wild dog a cultivation technique? A single punch could cause the stars and lightning to fall. That bastard almost killed yours truly. The parrot cursed as it ran, causing the faces of Wang Sanhe and the other two to darken. "Little monk, what about that wild dog?" A Nirvana realm expert blocked the parrot's path. When the parrot saw this person, it immediately said, "I'm a heaven-defying martial artist, but I'm still like this. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you don't want to be buried in peace, quickly run. Those bastards from the 6 great academies. It's basically for us to test the wild dog's depth." Seeing that there were still many people who wanted to block its path, it immediately started cursing. "I'll say it all at once. I don't care who wants to die, but if anyone dares to block my path and try to kill me, I'll fight it out with you. Listen up, the wild dog is extremely terrifying. It's unimaginable. If the 6 great academies meet him, they'll probably die." Rumble. The parrot was sent flying by the thunder tribulation. It didn't care about its life and fled. The people present looked at each other in dismay. Obviously, this little monk wasn't simple. He didn't resist the thunder tribulation and was fine. Immediately, many people left. Many people left, but most of them stayed. It's just a wild dog. Without the thunder tribulation, it's nothing. That's right. These people are as cowardly as mice. Isn't it better for them to leave? At least there's less competition. They're just a bunch of trash. So what if they fight? They'll just die. Many people despise them. Wang Sen even said, "Everyone, don't be afraid. The wild dog is nothing. If you kill the wild dog, you can get nirvana pills and life or death pills. Where can you find such a good thing? Chapter 1104. Rumble. Suddenly, everyone felt that the rolling thunder was getting closer and closer. Then, they heard, "Wang Sanha, you said that I'm not a dog." Rumble. Amidst the deafening sound of thunder, everyone saw a figure suddenly dash out like lightning. In an instant, it was in front of Wang Sanhe. A pair of hands wrapped in lightning had already grabbed Wang Sanhe's neck and lifted him up. Wang. Wang Sanha's Dharma idol appeared behind him. It was a Buddhist Dharma idol with glaring eyes. However, it was covered in starlight, making the Dharma idol look even more sacred. Swoosh! Chuyang immediately let go. The wings of thunder behind him flashed, and he instantly charged into the crowd. Wild dog, how can you compete with me when you're merely at the spirit realm? You're courting death by dragging me into the lightning tribulation. Rumble. Wang Sanha roared and was about to attack, but the lightning tribulation descended. He used the Dharma idol to block and was instantly shattered. However, there were still many lightning bolts that landed on his body. Immediately, his body was surrounded by a deathly aura. Life and death tribulation. How is this possible? Wang Sanha was completely terrified, causing everyone present to tremble. Wild Dog's lightning tribulation had become even more terrifying. The lightning tribulation was no longer just one realm higher, but 2 realms higher. Thus, when Wang Sanha was dragged into the lightning tribulation would be equivalent to the life and death tribulation. Wang Sanha was only at the transcendence realm. If the life and death tribulation descended, wouldn't that mean that the nirvana realm would face the saint tribulation? Life and death tribulation, damned wild dog. Wild dog, if I don't kill you, I'm not human. Saint tribulation, no. Amidst the rumbling thunder, screams and screams sounded one after another. The scene was in chaos. No one had expected such an unforeseen event to occur. How many transcendence and nirvana realm martial artists were present? If the wild dog barged in, even if they were involved in the great calamity, killing Chuyang would be a matter of minutes. Therefore, they believed that the wild dog would not dare to do so. However, the wild dog's tribulation became even more terrifying. Previously, it was only 1 realm higher, but now it was 2 realms higher. How could a transcendence realm cultivator resist the tribulation of a life and death realm cultivator? How could a nirvana realm cultivator resist the tribulation of a saint realm cultivator? There was no need for Wild Dog to do anything. They were all going to die. Chuyang just sneered. He had dared to attack the golden silkworm fiend before. Even if the thunder tribulation had not become terrifying, he would still dare to rush out. The 2-legged maggots of the East Continent thought too highly of themselves. The lightning tribulation descended. It was a hellish scene. No one could divert their attention to deal with Chuyang. Everyone was resisting their own lightning tribulation. Chuyang was also unable to divert his attention to kill others. The lightning tribulation was too terrifying. His condensed world was still too weak. If the lightning tribulation of a transcendence realm cultivator was continuously bombarded, it would be destroyed immediately. His body would need to share part of the pressure. At this moment, he was being struck by the lightning tribulation very miserably. Fortunately, after condensing his own world, his physical body had been greatly strengthened, increasing by another 1,000 dragon power, reaching the realm of 2,200 dragon power. Otherwise, he would have died in the lightning tribulation. The lightning tribulation that was 2 realms higher than a warrior was too terrifying. After the lightning tribulation ended, only Chuyang was left alive. He staggered and struggled to get up. After setting up the stone tablet with difficulty, he struggled to escape. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After waiting for a while and confirming that the lightning tribulation had ended, countless air-piercing sounds were heard. However, when they saw the scene, they were all shocked. However, everyone's attention was focused on the stone tablet that Chuyang had set up. Beiqingxing has kindly gifted me the fist manual. I'm so grateful that I shed tears of gratitude. With the lives of all of us, I express my gratitude. The gratitude that was specially left for Beiqingxing. Everyone present instantly realized that Bei Qinxing was in trouble. Bei Qinxing was probably going to become a joke. If he saw this gratitude, no one knew how he would react. Chapter 1105. Get out of the way. Scram. All of you scram. Do you want to die? Scram. Bei Qinxing's expression was extremely ugly. He was escorted by a group of Star Academy experts as he walked towards Chu Yang's stone tablet. Bei Qinxing has generously gifted us the fist technique manual. I am so grateful that I shed tears of gratitude. I hereby give my life to express my gratitude. Rumble. The stone tablet was instantly crushed by Bei Qinxing's palm. He wanted to roar in anger, but he was afraid that everyone would see his rage, so he forcefully suppressed it. As for why Bei Qinxing had arrived so quickly, it was naturally because of the parrot's good deeds. Bei Qinxing has generously gifted us the fist technique manual. I am so grateful that I hereby give my life to express my gratitude. The parrot rushed out and set up stone tablets everywhere. It loved to do this kind of thing, so its efficiency was extremely high. As such, Chu Yang's words of gratitude spread like wildfire. Bei Qinxing was enraged. Although he tried his best to restrain himself, his body was still trembling like a sieve. He naturally had the right to be arrogant. He had many Star Academy experts by his side. None of the Nirvana realm experts present dared to act impudently in front of him. Deathly silence filled the air. Starchild, the wild dog killed people from the East Continent. Let's go kill the wild dog and pay with our lives. As soon as this person finished speaking, he immediately felt 2 beams of starlight fall on his body. He fell to his knees with a thud. Starchild, please forgive me. You would better not do this again. It's just killing a wild dog. Do I need to use such despicable methods? Bei Qinxing tried his best to control himself so that his face wouldn't contort and his voice wouldn't be filled with hatred. However, his voice still trembled. This was because he was angry, not because he was afraid. Bei Qinxing giving the meteor fist technique to Chu Yang was already a huge joke. If he did something that was beneath his dignity, he would be laughed at to death. What are you waiting for? Go and find them. Bei Qinxing suddenly relaxed and roared. However, he soon noticed something and calmed his voice down. Wild Dog's thunder retribution is 2 realms higher than his. He must have been seriously injured and can't run far. Go and find him for me. It's Starchild. Everyone from the Star Battle Academy accepted the order, and one of them immediately understood when he saw the look in Bei Qinxing's eyes. He immediately said to everyone present, "Everyone, what are you waiting for? The wild dog is severely injured, and now is the time to take his head and exchange it for rebirth pills and life and death pills." Many people were enlightened and immediately flew away, but there were also many people who stood still and had no intention of moving. The 6 great academies really think we're fools. Previously, they used us loose cultivators as cannon fodder to probe Wild Dog's background, and now they want to use the same trick again. What a joke. After suffering once, they think I'll suffer a second time. This wild dog is definitely terrifying. That little monk can withstand a thunder retribution that's 2 realms higher than his. This is enough to show that he's extremely powerful. How can there be no reason why he's so afraid of Wild Dog? Rebirth pills and life and death pills are good, but you have to be alive to get them. Wild Dog can leave his name on the divine monument, suppress the demon sovereign, and silence the East Continent. How can he be an ordinary person? How can he not have a trump card? The parrot made a contribution again. What did you say? Someone from a Star Battle Academy heard this and immediately roared, causing the people who were discussing to immediately calm down. Chapter 1106. Swoosh. Bei Qinxing moved and personally searched for Chu Yang. Wild dog, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Bei Qinxing couldn't hold it in any longer when he thought there was no one around. He let out a ferocious roar that shook the heavens. Isn't that the Star Child from the Stardo Academy? Looks like he's pretty pissed off. I can understand. Who would express their gratitude in such a way? they'd probably be furious. That's right. If it were me, I'd probably go crazy too. Bei Qinxing's vision darkened when he heard this. He almost fell from the sky. He tried his best to maintain his image, but in the end, he failed. If word got out, he'd become another joke. He immediately left and frantically searched for Chu Yang. Along the way, he heard a lot of discussions. Hee, what a joke. The Star Child from the Stardow Academy actually gave an incredible fist technique manual to the wild dog. How stupid must he be to do this? Wild dog just scolded himself, and he believed it. Even if you want to buy a bone with 1,000 taels of gold, you can't buy a bone with 1,000 taels of gold. This time, not only did you fail to buy a bone with 1,000 taels of gold, you've become an eternal joke. Rumble. This time, Bei Qinxing really fell from the sky and landed on the ground. The ground trembled and dust soared into the sky, creating a huge crater. Who is this? Why did he fall from the sky like a bird with a broken wing? Could he be seriously injured? That must be it. I saw it clearly just now. He opened the path with his head and landed face first. If he wasn't seriously injured, he wouldn't be like this. While these people were discussing, they suddenly heard a group of people descending from the sky and shouting, "Star Child! Star Child!" The people who were discussing just now knew that they were in trouble. They were afraid that their ridicule had angered the Star Child to the point of being seriously injured, causing him to fall from the sky. Immediately, the birds and beasts scattered and fled. Wild dog, I swear I won't be human if I don't kill you. Bei Qinxing threw his head back and howled in the pit. This time, he had really become a fool and would be laughed at for 1,000 years. After that, Bei Qinxing searched even more frantically for Chu Yang, but he still couldn't find him. Someone from the Star Academy said, "Star Child, the most dangerous place might also be the safest place. That wild dog might not even have left that place." Not bad. Someone immediately agreed. The Thunder Retribution is 2 realms higher than the wild dog's. The wild dog must be seriously injured. He might even be so seriously injured that he can't move. He pretends to be a corpse and recuperates there. "Come on, let's go back," Star Polaris said. Without another word, he flew back. The group from the Stardow Academy moved very quickly, and they immediately returned to the edge of the Sea of Flames. However, they hadn't even started searching when they saw an old man making a ruckus. "Wild dog, come out." This old man only had one eye, and his other eye was covered. His skin was very strange, and it was silver in color. Even his face was silver, and he looked a little creepy. There were 5 pairs of silver cicada wings on his back, and they were flapping gently as he hovered in the air above the Sea of Flames. "Wild dog, you dare to kill my elder brother. I will definitely let you taste all the pain in the world before I let you taste the torture of 10,000 goo bites." Bei Qinxing's current emotions were indescribable, and he immediately staggered. Is someone purposely trying to disgust and humiliate him? Or did Wild Dog change his appearance and use the same trick again? Chu Yang could change his appearance, and Bei Qinxing had been viciously tricked once. How could he not know? "Go, kill that person for me." Bei Qinxing couldn't take it anymore. How dare someone humiliate him like this right in front of him? Chapter 1107. Boom. The people from the Star Battle Academy immediately moved, surrounding the one-eyed old man in an instant. "Old thing, how dare you humiliate the Star Child? You deserve to die. If you die, don't forget to ask the King of Hell how you died. You died because of your stupidity. Our Star Battle Academy can't be humiliated by an old Nirvana realm worm like you." Their words were like a barrage of arrows that blotted out the sky as they shot toward the one-eyed old man. An ominous glint flashed in his eye. "Hee, is the Star Battle Academy that great? Do you think you idiots can humiliate a worm like me? I'm afraid the lesson my master taught your 6 great academies wasn't enough. How dare you act so impudently in front of me?" The one-eyed old man said repeatedly, and in the end, he said in a sinister voice, "Do you think I'm afraid of you just because you have the advantage in numbers?" He immediately launched an attack. No one knew when he made his move, but a silver silkworm suddenly appeared in front of everyone from the Star Battle Academy. The silkworm grew to the size of a small mountain, and it was extremely ferocious. It bared its mouth full of small steel teeth and bit down on their heads. Crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, the Star Battle Academy members were caught off guard. 7 or 8 people had their heads bitten off and were eaten by the silver silkworm. There was even a Nirvana realm expert among them. The other Nirvana realm experts of the Star Battle Academy managed to dodge this sudden attack, but many of them were injured. Old devil silver silkworm. They cried out in alarm. At a time like this, how could they not recognize each other? The golden silkworm fiend had a master and a younger brother, Old Devil Silver Silkworm. Old Devil Silver Silkworm had clearly been hooting about avenging his elder brother. Everyone from the Star Battle Academy felt their vision darken. How unlucky was this? They had actually clashed with the enemy of the wild dog. In particular, the enemy was extremely powerful. Although they could take down Old Devil Silver Silkworm, the Star Battle Academy might not be able to withstand the wrath of his master, the insect demon. How can something like this happen? At this moment, Bei Chinxing was dumbfounded. He was completely speechless. He felt as though he had been completely abandoned by the heavens. Silver Silkworm, Old Devil, that was a misunderstanding. A Nirvana realm expert from the Star Academy spoke up and explained. Silver Silkworm looked at Bei Chinxing and sneered. You really are an idiot. How could you be fooled by Wild Dog so easily? What's even more ridiculous is that you even gave the manual to Wild Dog. If I were you, I would bang my head against the wall and die right now, so as not to embarrass myself. Silver Silkworm, Old Demon. Bei Xingqian's eyes were already bloodshot. His face was contorted, and he looked extremely ferocious. Oomph. Silver Silkworm snorted coldly and left when he saw that Bei Chinxing was completely exhausted. However, after he left, he continued to spread the news. Immediately, many people found out about this joke. Bei Chinxing fainted after hearing this. How embarrassing, how embarrassing. What kind of joke was this? What kind of humiliation was this? Bei Chinxing felt that his life had been completely ruined. He was worse than a dog now, let alone Li Shengsan. Moreover, he was a dog that everyone laughed at. However, Bei Chinxing suddenly realized that this wasn't the end. The wild dog had erected another monument for him somewhere else. Comedian Bei Chinxing, you've finally risen to the top of the comedy world and become the most brilliant star in the world of comedy. Therefore, I express my sincere congratulations to you and give you my sincerest blessings. Eastern Wilderness 002, yours truly. Wild Dog, I must kill you. I must kill you. Arg. North Star was on the brink of insanity. He was hysterical. After he calmed down slightly, he immediately roared, Go and catch as many wild dog as possible. I'll hang up the wild dog's companions and kill them one by one. I like to see how the wild dog feels when he comes out. He used to think that this strategy was inferior, but now he didn't need to care about it. He was now the biggest joke in the East Continent. What else did he need to care about? Bei Chinxing was completely unscrupulous. Yes, Xingzi. Chapter 1108. 7 Demon Realms. Supreme Demon Venerable's 6th Wheel, Soul Essence Wheel. Chu Yang used his divine demon martial soul to heal his body, which had been severely damaged by the lightning tribulation. Then, he brought the parrot here. The soul essence was in the reproductive wheel, which represented life and reproduction. When the soul essence became the source of life, there would be a qualitative change, and it would become extremely vigorous. Chu Yang was worried that the level of the lightning tribulation would increase. If the soul essence was completed first, his vitality would increase. Even if the lightning tribulation reached the level of the Nirvana realm, he might still have a chance to survive. Therefore, he chose to cultivate the soul essence first. In the soul essence wheel, wood was the main attribute. After all, wood could represent vitality. When he cultivated the soul essence and the lightning tribulation descended, it was very likely that he would reach the Nirvana realm. His move was very risky. However, the path of cultivation had never been smooth. Compared to others, because of his martial soul, the obstacles and risks in cultivation were much less. He was already the darling of the heavens. It could be said that every martial artist was afraid to face such a risk. If he succeeded, he would advance further. If he failed, he would die. In the Great Thousand World, there were too many geniuses who had lost their lives like this. However, he could not be afraid. Which one of those who had great achievements had not experienced danger and tribulation? This was a chop that Chu Yang could not avoid. No matter what, he had to cultivate the 7 souls. Rumble. The soul essence had appeared. Chu Yang sat down cross-legged and began to devour the essence in the supreme demon venerable's soul essence. Suddenly, the essence in the supreme demon venerable's soul essence will surged into his body. His body lit up in an instant. Particles appeared in his body like divine lamps. Every time the essence surged in and washed over his body, Chu Yang could clearly feel his spiritual energy condensing and crystallizing into particles. Then, the particles surged into his skin, flesh, tendons, bones, and organs. They completely merged with his body, causing his entire body to change again. Just like that, Chu Yang's spirit chi continued to condense and form particles. The particles were like rolling snowballs, increasing in number and fusing with his body. In his blood vessels, meridians, dantian, and even his bone marrow, more and more particles appeared. After a short period of time, Chu Yang felt as though his entire body had turned into particles. It was as though he no longer had any flesh. His whole body was made up of particles. It felt as though his body had ceased to exist and had become a speck of dust. During this time, his flesh, bones, and so on were also undergoing changes. His meridians also began to shift and transform. A human figure appeared in each of his meridians. This human figure was the aura and strength that he had condensed before, as well as the soul essence that was forming. Amidst such a world-shaking change, the connection between his soul and his flesh and blood grew even closer. Shua, the intertwining divine light and demonic light, soon descended. The 2 supreme character soul essences entered Chu Yang's body, forming 3 soul essences. Rumble. The lightning calamity also descended. Perhaps it was because he had already cultivated his aura and power, as well as formed their own worlds, but this time, his progress in cultivating his soul essence was extremely fast and fierce. He instantly broke through to the 3rd level of the spirit stage. Chapter 1109. This is Chu Yang felt as if his entire body had disappeared, or he had been brought to a certain place in the universe by the god and devil martial spirit. He suddenly found himself in an endless pitch-black universe. In the depths of the pitch-black universe, countless rays of light bloomed, and an endless world was being born. That place seemed to be the place where the gods resided, the kingdom of the gods. Under the rays of light, there was endless darkness. In the endless darkness, numerous worlds were born. These worlds were as numerous as the sand in the sea. Endless devil chi surged. It seemed to be the place where the devils lived. It was an endless hell, an eternal devil's domain. Light belonged to the gods. Darkness belonged to the devils. Light and darkness existed in the universe since ancient times, like yin and yang confronting each other. In the endless space-time, in the countless worlds, there was a constant battle, and it was constantly evolving. Suddenly, 2 great forces rushed out from the deepest part of the light and the deepest part of the darkness. In the light and darkness, they each evolved into a supreme figure. At first, there were only 2 faint human figures. One was light, and the other was darkness. It was as if the gods were born from the light, and the devils were born from the darkness. Chu Yang saw countless rays of light and shadows intertwining between the 2 figures. They began to shape and condense. The 2 great forces were surging endlessly. Rumble. It was as if billions of years had passed. Suddenly, the 2 figures, one of them transformed into an omnipotent demon lord, the other into a mighty god, and both of them took a step forward. Instantly, the entire world turned into chaos, and the scene behind it froze. The devil Venerable stepped on the endless rays of light and stood above the light. The god suppressed the endless darkness below. Then, the devil Venerable and the god fought. As long as the devil Venerable was alive, the god would not die. As long as the god did not die, the devil Venerable would not die. When the sky fell and the earth cracked, the universe was completely destroyed. When everything was destroyed, Chu Yang's consciousness withdrew from such a world and returned to reality. At this moment, he still existed in the supreme Devil Venerable's wheel. The thunder calamity was still roaring and falling, but there were two of them on his left and right. One was like a god, with endless rays of light, and the other was like a devil, with darkness invading everywhere. God and devil twin divine ability. As long as one exists, both exist. Chu Yang was stunned for a moment before his body shook violently. The information transmitted from the divine demon martial spirit made him instantly understand. This was the new ability of the celestial demon martial soul, the celestial demon twins, the divine ability of the god-fiend twins. If one of them was killed, the other would be revived. If he wanted to destroy them, he could only kill both of them at the same time, or seal one of them in darkness and the other in light. What a shocking divine ability. What a peerless divine ability. With such a divine ability, how many people in the same realm can be my match? Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh uproariously. After that, he discovered that the god and devil twin innate technique had transformed into a god and a devil. Right now, their strength was only at the peak of the soul reincarnation realm. This should be because my 7 souls have yet to be fully cultivated. When my 7 souls are fully cultivated, the strength of these two would be at least 1 realm higher than my original strength. Chu Yang completely understood. Even if the god and devil twin innate technique were to be sealed or destroyed, as long as he didn't die, he would be able to summon the 2 of them in an instant after gathering enough energy. At this moment, he finally understood why the thunder calamity was so fierce. It was because of this divine ability, a punishment from the heavens. Only by passing the test would he be able to grasp this divine ability. Chapter 11:10. Chu Yang also realized that his body had undergone a great change. First, it was his blood. The changes in it were almost undetectable. The structure of his blood had undergone a fundamental change. As it absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, mysterious and unbelievable changes were occurring in the deepest part of his blood. Every drop of blood seemed to contain countless small lives. These lives were like humans, demons, gods, immortals, Buddhas, ghosts, emperors, and emperors. They were like the greatest and noblest auras in the world. They were constantly arranging and combining with each other, circulating in his body in the most perfect way. Buzz, buzz, buzz. His skin, flesh, tendons, and bones are also vibrating. They were arranging and combining, showing an endless concept. His body was no longer the body of a god or demon. It seemed to be the body of Tao, the body of the great Tao. Gods and demons are like yin and yang. They are 2 extremes. The 2 intertwine and change, causing changes in the body. It's like yin and yang turning into Tai Chi and Tai Chi returning to Wuji. My current body can be called Wuji body, Wuji body. Wuji was Tao. It was a state more primitive and more ultimate than Tai Chi. It was the end of Tao. Even gods and demons couldn't escape from it. Chu Yang absorbed the power of thunder, as he deduced. He has Tai Chi. It's the birth of yin and yang. Tai Chi was born from Wuji. It was the birth of Xiantian. Laozi created the 3 pure ones. Emperor, she created the 3 pure ones. Wuji created Tai Chi. Tai Chi created yin and yang. Yin and yang created the 3 talents. 3 talents created the 4 divisions. 4 divisions created the 5 elements. 6 divisions created the 7 mansions. 7 mansions created the 8 trigrams. 8 trigrams created the 9 palaces, and 9 palaces created the 10 circles. The 10 circles created yang, yin combined, and yin and yang combined to form 12 cycles. Therefore, Tai Chi created all things, and it was a cycle. Along with this deduction, Tai Chi, yin and yang, 3 talents, 4 divisions, 5 elements, 6 directions, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, 9 palaces, and 10 circles evolved with his body as the center. They appeared in 10 formations. He seemed to be Wuji, the beginning and origin of everything, the ultimate point. Buzz. Chuyang finished the deduction and suddenly opened his eyes. The eyeballs in his pupils were like a world. They were deep and vast, containing the endless starry sky. Space seemed to be born and extinguished in his eyes. At this moment, it was as if he could be said to exist for eternity and to disappear like a falling meteor. He seemed to have grasped the world and created the universe. However, all of this was naturally impossible, unless he could transform into limitless right now. And if he wanted to be able to deduce everything, he didn't know what kind of realm he had to reach. However, he finally had a clear direction for the cultivation of his physical body. Chuyang was extremely satisfied with such change. He slightly sensed his newly transformed body and laughed out loud. This body can be said to be perfect. It's incomparably powerful. It's simply invulnerable. During the lightning tribulation, Chuyang continuously strengthened his physical body according to his own ideas. After an unknown period of time, the lightning tribulation finally ended. He had also laid a solid foundation for his limitless body. In future cultivation, as long as he continued to strengthen his body according to this direction, his physical body would definitely become incomparably terrifying. In the future, he would even be able to tear apart mountains with his bare hands without using any martial techniques or spirit chi. He would be able to pick the stars and moon and turn the world upside down. If the limitless body could become a reality, it would be stronger than the body of any demon god. It would be the world's strongest constitution and the most powerful physical body. During the previous lightning tribulation, Chuyang had used the lightning punishment to kill a group of people. This time, the people of the East Continent had learned their lesson. Before the lightning tribulation ended, they wouldn't easily approach. However, this made it easier for him to escape. With the void assassin, martial soul, and the path to heaven, not many people could catch him. However, Eastern Wilderness 002, the Stardow Academy will be conducting the 3rd public execution of the wild dog. Please come and watch the show when the time comes. Don't forget, this is different from the execution of criminals in the market. I heard that the 2 wild dogs, one big and one small, are very righteous. They are good dogs in the Eastern Wilderness. Chapter 1111. Eastern Wilderness 002. The Star Academy will be holding the 3rd public execution of the wild dog. Please come and watch the show. Don't forget, this is different from the execution of criminals in the market. I heard that the 2 wild dogs, one big and one small, are very righteous. They're good dogs in the Eastern Wilderness. How could Chiang not hear them? How could he pretend that he didn't hear them? Master, I'm afraid this is most likely true. The 2-legged maggot has been unable to catch you again and again, so it's starting to resort to all kinds of tricks. The parrot no longer had its usual playfulness. Its crafty eyes were incomparably solemn at this moment. Its anger was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Bei Chenxing was too unscrupulous. He actually wanted to use such a method to force Chuyang out. It was disdainful and shameless. Let's go take a look first. I didn't kill Bo Run, but Bo Run died because of me. If such a thing happened, and he implicated the others in the Eastern Wilderness, he would feel uneasy and guilty. There was no need to say more about his anger. After Chuyang changed his body and appearance, he and the parrot arrived at the Chi Wheel, where the Supreme Demon Lord's spirit was located. This was the 3rd wheel. Generally speaking, the 7 spirits were condensed from top to bottom. First, it was the Heaven Rush spirit, then the Spiritual Intelligence spirit, then the Spirit spirit, the Strength spirit, the Central spirit, the essence spirit and the heroic spirit. Therefore, the spirit was called the third spirit, and the chi wolf formed was called the third wheel. It was bustling with activity, and heads were moving, even in the seven wheels demon realm. It made people feel like they were going to a market to see people being chopped off. Chu Yang's mood immediately soured. He looked from the crowd to the center of attention and quickly saw Bei Qinxing. At this moment, Bei Qinxing was sitting with his legs crossed. There were even a few maids serving him tea and water. On his left, there were two people, one big and one small, kneeling on the ground. Both of them had disheveled hair. His Excellency was very handsome and had a strong scholarly aura. He was forced to kneel on the ground, but even so, his back was still straight, like a spear that pierced the heavens. He was only at the third level of the spirit stage. The child had a rosy face, and his eyes were very pure. He appeared to be quick-witted and intelligent. At first glance, one could tell that he was an intelligent child. At this moment, there were tears in his eyes, but he stubbornly held them back. Behind them were executioners who looked like they were in a wet market. They were bare-chested and held large machetes in their hands. They looked extremely ferocious. Damn it! Chu Yang's eyes were almost spitting fire. Even a child was not spared. Was he still human? Bei Qinxing, if I don't kill you, I, Chu Yang, am not a man. He immediately sized up his surroundings. Because he was an array master, his senses were very sharp. He immediately discovered that there were 3 or 4 layers of arrays set up here. Furthermore, there were people lying in ambush in all directions. Even if these were not included, many of the Transcendence Realm and Nirvana Realm martial artists present were extremely alert at this moment, constantly searching for Chu Yang in the crowd. For them, this was an excellent opportunity to kill Chu Yang in exchange for Nirvana pills or life or death pills. If I were to save him, I'm afraid that not only would I not be able to save him, I would also die. Chu Yang's heart sank. He did not have any chance to save him. Lightning tribulation. Chapter 11:12. He was about to leave for the center of the supreme, demon venerable soul when Bei Qinxing stood up with a wine glass in his hand. He said to the crowd, "Wild dog, I wonder if you care about the lives of these 2 dogs. I'm really curious." After that, Bei Qinxing's lips curled into a mocking smile. His smile was a little crazy. "I'm sure you've heard of Wild Dog. I'm not surprised that you didn't come." Bei Qinxing took a sip of wine. He didn't look at the crowd and said, "However, I'll keep killing. After I kill these 2 wild dogs, more wild dogs will be sent here for me to kill one by one." After a pause, he smiled again. 002 Wild Dog, how do you feel? Do you think the wild dog in the eastern wilderness will curse you because of this? Will they scold you for showing off? Interesting, very interesting, haha. His loud laughter resounded through the crowd. Everyone could hear it clearly. They could even hear the joy and madness in Bei Qinxing's words. Bei Qinxing. Chu Yang gritted his teeth. He had never encountered such a sullen situation. This was the first time in his life that someone had threatened him like this. Ha! Suddenly, a loud laugh burst into Bei Qinxing's laughter. It was the bookish man from the eastern wilderness who had been forced to kneel on the ground. "Wild dog." He laughed and said, "What right do you have to call us wild dog? You're a beast for acting like this. Shame on you." Bei Qinxing's face turned cold when he heard this. "Teach this wild dog a lesson. Yes, star child. Slap. Slap." The man from the eastern wilderness was slapped so hard that his teeth flew out. Bah! He spat out a mouthful of blood, then continued to laugh heartily. "So this is the so-called Star Battle Academy? How shameless. You're not a match for the heroes of the eastern wilderness, so you can only resort to such despicable methods. I, Wang Xinghuang, have seen and learned. You can kill me and humiliate me, but you can't destroy my pride. You can't touch my pride. No one can bend my spine in the eastern wilderness. No one can break it." Papa. After another round of slapping, Bei Qinxing's expression became more and more unsightly. Even this wild dog, who was pressed to the ground by him and was about to be beheaded, dared to bark and bark at him, which greatly reduced his prestige. "Ha! Wang Xinghuang was still laughing. I'm a hero from the eastern wilderness. I've suppressed the demon venerable in the east continent. There's no one in the east continent that can match me. Are you afraid now? You don't even care about your face and pride. You're like bandits at the end of the road. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Everyone from the east continent began to discuss amongst themselves when they heard this. There was an uproar, and someone immediately said, Xing Zi from the Star Battle Academy. Are you trying to embarrass us from the east continent? Are you trying to embarrass us? I've never heard of a wild dog being so disdainful. When has the east continent ever fallen to such a state? They actually have to resort to such despicable methods to make the wild dog submit. Is there really no one in the east continent? Or is the Star Battle Academy willing to be so despicable? Some people were so angry that they directly attacked the Star Battle Academy. Bei Chenxing, you're really embarrassing the east continent. A voice came from afar, and Bei Chenxing was immediately enraged. That scoundrel is farting in the corner. Whoosh! Chapter 11:13. Li Shengsan. He looked at Bei Chenxing and sneered. Before, you didn't want to be a man or a dog, but now you've gone from bad to worse. You've become a mad dog. When are you going to stop embarrassing yourself? Li Shengsan, why are you pretending? Bei Chenxing sneered. The wild dog is very amazing. It can suppress the demon lord and the east continent. Its thunder tribulation can be 2 levels higher than its realm. If such a wild dog is not killed, it will bite many people to death when it grows up. I, Bei Chenxing, want to kill the wild dog without caring about my reputation or being despised by others. But what about you? You think you're so noble and virtuous? You think some wild dog isn't worth your time? You think you're just going to stand by and watch? I, North Star, am willing to give up my reputation to nip everything in the bud and save the East Continent from calamity. And here you are, mocking me. Bei Chenxing suddenly pointed at Li Shengsan. Li Shengsan, what are you up to? Don't tell me you're a spy for the wild dogs. Star Polaris was trying to save himself. He realized that what he had done was foolish, but there was no turning back. He could only make the best of his mistake. In fact, he was even putting Wild Dog, whom he disdained, on a pedestal. Although it was extremely humiliating, it was very useful. The audience started to discuss it again, and it was noisy. Bei Chenxing is right. A wild dog like Eastern Wilderness 002 is so amazing. What about Eastern Wilderness 007? Isn't it even more terrifying? If they were to grow up, they would be a great disaster. Eastern Wilderness 001, Eastern Wilderness 003, and Eastern Wilderness 004 are equally famous as Eastern Wilderness 002 on the Divine Monument. I'm afraid these 3 people are definitely not inferior to Eastern Wilderness 002. Bei Chenxing's ranking on the Divine Monument is not as good as Wild Dog's. At least he knows his place. Although this method is despicable, it's still a good idea. On the other hand, Li Shengsan is a bit shameless. If he thinks he's better than the Wild Dog, then he should go and take the Wild Dog's head back for everyone to see. You're right. Why don't you admit it and pretend to be virtuous? Not only did he not make a move, but he even misled us. Isn't this a disaster for the East Continent? Li Shengsan was at a loss for words. Looking at Li Shengsan's deflated expression, Bei Chenxing felt extremely pleased with himself. He had made a mistake this time. Awesome. In this way, his reputation could be restored. Chu Yang, who was off the field, had originally hoped that Li Shengsan's arrogance could save the 2 people on the field, but now it seemed that there was no hope. Bei Chenxing, I'll go and take the Wild Dog's head back. Li Shengsan sneered and said, At that time, you better not regret praising the Wild Dog so highly. Li Shengsan, did I mean to stop you? Bei Chenxing sneered and said, It's best if you can kill the Wild Dog. I, Bei Chenxing, will have no complaints even if you say I'm inferior. However, I'll give you a piece of advice. Don't underestimate the Wild Dog. Otherwise, before you can cut off the Wild Dog's head, the Wild Dog will cut off the head and show it off. You'll lose the face of the East Continent. Humph, Bei Chenxing, you can wait and see. Li Shengsan left angrily after saying this. Bei Chengxing looked at Li Shengsan's back, and his eyes turned cold. He defended himself again and said, I, Bei Chengxing, am not worrying for nothing, and I'm not inferior. If I don't get rid of the danger, I'll be a real fool. As he said this, he strode over and took the executioner's machete. He chopped it down, and Wang Xinghuang's head fell to the ground. It rolled for a while before it stopped. Blood spurted out from the neck and dyed the sky and the ground red. Chu Yang felt as if his entire body was about to explode. His fingernails dug into his palms. He bit his lips so hard that the corners of his eyes were about to split open. This scene was like a knife that was carved into his mind. He would never forget this scene. Father! The child's cry was even more heart-wrenching. Chu Yang suddenly felt that the blood that was still spurting out was all splattered on his face. His whole body was covered in blood. Wild dog, do you see? Today I'll kill 1 dog. Tomorrow I'll kill 10 dogs. The day after tomorrow I'll kill hundreds, thousands, and tens of thousands of dogs. Bei Chengxing roared at the crowd. Then he grabbed the child's hair and lifted him up. The machete fell on the child's neck. He grinned and said, Wild dog, tomorrow at this time, if you don't come, this cute child's head will fall to the ground like his father's. Fuck hashtag yin yin %%. Chuyan didn't know if his choice was right. Rationally speaking, he didn't seem to be wrong. But was he really not wrong? He didn't know. He had never thought that he would encounter such a thing in his life. He was caught off guard and didn't have time to react. God didn't give him much time to think. Things happened just like that. It was irreversible. Tomorrow? Chapter 11:14. Bei Chengxing was very happy after killing Wang Xinghuang. He hung the child up and looked at Wang Xinghuang's head. Although the head looked ferocious and bloody, and there was even unwillingness and anger in its eyes, he was inexplicably fond of such a head, because, compared to Li Shangsan, he was already inferior to Dogfart. He was completely trampled under Li Shengsan's foot, and his reputation was completely lost. It was just that the heavens clearly doted on him. Today, with such a turn of events, not only did he make Li Shengsan suffer, he even trampled on Li Shengsan. Bei Chengxing was inferior to Li Shengsan. This ain't could be stopped abruptly. Therefore, how could he not be happy? If everything went well, he would still be able to gain a good reputation. Therefore, even if he was unhappy about praising Wild Dog, he didn't care now. The more Bei Chengxing thought about it, the happier he was. He couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't stop laughing, as if there was nothing better than this. Wild Dog must have seen that scene just now. He must be angry and must improve his strength quickly. In this way, he will pass the tribulation soon. As he spoke, Bei Chengxing took out a bead. This bead was like an extremely small star. It emitted dazzling starlight, and there was a formation inside it, the Deception Formation. The Deception Formation's function was very simple. It deceived the heavens to avoid the thunder tribulation. For example, when one's realm reached a certain level, he could trigger the thunder tribulation, but he wasn't ready or didn't want to break through the realm. The Deception Formation was useful. It could deceive the heavens and prevent the thunder tribulation from coming. In order to move better, most people would place the Deception Formation in their treasure weapons. This was just like the bead in Bei Chengxing's hand. The heaven-deceiving array had another function, which was to avoid being involved in other people's thunder tribulations when watching them. Simply put, Bei Chengxing had this bead in his hand, so it was impossible for Chu Yang to involve him in the thunder tribulations. As long as that wild dog dares to go through another tribulation, I will be able to enter his tribulation. It's a pity that I still can't attack him when he's going through the tribulation. Otherwise, I will still be drawn into the tribulation. This was the disadvantage of the heaven-deceiving formation. Although it could deceive the heavens, it had to hide one's aura and not attack. Unless the level of the heaven-deceiving formation was extremely high. Bei Chengxing finally laughed contemptuously. That's enough. I can enter the wild dog's thunder tribulation and keep an eye on him so that he can't escape. The wild dog will definitely die. However, his smile suddenly disappeared. Since he had such an idea, he guessed that Li Shangsan also had the same idea. If Li Shangsan was one step ahead of him, All his previous efforts would be wasted. I have to take the wild dog's head before Li Shang-san. Bei Qinxing frowned. This was very troublesome. He immediately sent people out to cover the entire Seven Wheels demonic realm. As long as Wild Dog made the slightest movement, he would be able to detect it immediately. Rumble. After an unknown amount of time, rumbling thunder came from the fifth wheel of the Seven Wheels demonic realm, from the direction of the central wheel. When Bei Qinxing heard the thunder, his expression suddenly changed. Damn it, are they all useless? Why didn't anyone send any news back when the thunder sounded? However, he immediately understood. The wild dog must be very cautious and wouldn't expose himself so easily before breaking through to the next realm. In his opinion, the news would definitely be sent back immediately. However, he couldn't wait any longer. He brought the people around him and rushed to the fifth wheel. In the fifth wheel, not far from where Chu Yang was going through his tribulation, Bei Qinxing and the others had just rushed over. Before they could see clearly what was in front of them, they could already smell the thick smell of blood. When they got closer, their pupils suddenly shrank. Chapter 11:15. Jingguan. Bei Qinxing looked at the human heads. Most of them belonged to the disciples of the Star Academy that he had sent out. Now, they were piled up like bricks. Many of them were filled with fear and disbelief before they died. This was Chu Yang's response to Bei Qinxing. He had used human heads and the most bloody scene to give the most unyielding response. He had shown it to Bei Qinxing and to everyone in the East Continent. The sound of thunder had not only attracted Bei Qinxing, but it had also attracted many people from the East Continent who wanted to kill Chu Yang. At this moment, they were all looking at this scene in horror. Their expressions changed drastically. Chu Yang's message was too strong. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a blood for blood. If you want to be ruthless, I could be more ruthless than you. If you want to be despicable, I could be more despicable than you. Wild dog, I'll definitely kill you. Bei Qinxing's face was burning. It was as if he had been slapped by Chu Yang. Now his ears were ringing and his head was hurting. Everyone has seen it. Wild dog is a beast. If we don't get rid of such a mad dog, it will be a disaster for the East Continent. Bei Qinxing did not forget to give a passionate speech, but very few people responded. Most of the people who had died were from the Star Academy. If Bei Qinxing had not used such despicable methods, things would not have turned out this way. Rumble. The sound of thunder suddenly approached. It shocked everyone in the East Continent, causing them to scatter and flee for their lives. At this moment, the wild dog would definitely not show mercy when killing people. They frantically fled for a while and watched from afar. They saw Chu Yang suddenly stop after flying over. Then he slowly closed in on Bei Qinxing. Thump, thump, tap. Although the thunder was fierce and his footsteps were weak and almost inaudible, the people of the East Continent could hear them very clearly. They could see that with every step Chu Yang took, the void was like a water surface, rippling with circles of ripples. Bei Qinxing, do you know what that is? Chu Yang asked. He didn't need a point. Everyone knew what he was talking about. Jingguan, do you want me to explain it to you? Chu Yang's voice was as cold as ice, falling into everyone's ears. In an instant, everyone felt a chill from head to toe. Angry, really angry. Wild Dog was really furious. Everyone in the East Continent was aware of this. Bei Qinxing's expression was extremely ugly, but it soon became ferocious. He laughed sinisterly and said, Wild Dog, I promise that you will regret it and pay 100 times the price for what you have done. I will tear you into 1,000 pieces to vent the hatred in my heart. 100 times the price. That's what I want to say to a maggot like you. Even if he killed these people, Chu Yang didn't feel guilty at all. If possible, he didn't want to stain his hands with blood. But it was not up to him. It was like this in the eastern wilderness, and it was also like this in the East Continent. At this time, he didn't have the mentality of treading on thin ice. Only anger burned at his heart. In the eastern wilderness, he also felt powerless, incompetent, and cowardly, but it was far less intense than in the East Continent. Not long ago, the bloody scene was even clearer in his mind now. He absolutely didn't want to experience that feeling of helplessness again when he saw others beheaded because of his own generation. Now, he had experienced it personally. What should he do? There were too many beautiful things to do in life. However, the people on the opposite side only recognized fists, swords, spears, and power. So since you want to kill, then I'll kill for you. You want to die, then I'll kill you. It's either you die or I die. No, I was wrong. It's 1,000 times the price. Chu Yang said incomparably coldly. Bei Qinxing, do you care about their lives? Is this interesting? Will the people in the East Continent curse you for showing off? Chapter 11:16. You. Starry Polaris's face twitched with anger. His whole body trembled. Humph. Chu Yang sneered. You're angry, aren't you? You can get angry too? You have a butcher's knife, but do you think I don't have one? If you don't treat the Eastern Wilderness as humans, do you think I'll treat the East Continent as humans? You killed one person from the Eastern Wilderness, and I killed 1,000 people from the East Continent. You killed 10 people from the Eastern Wilderness, and I killed 10,000 people from the East Continent. You killed 100 people from the Eastern Wilderness, and I killed 10 million people from the East Continent. I'll pay you back 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. I'll kill until the East Continent trembles in fear, until there's no one left in the East Continent. He roared, venting his anger. He let out his loudest voice, accompanied by rolling thunder. His anger was like the wrath of the heavens, and many people from the East Continent trembled in fear. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't believe that they had such ability. However, this person was Eastern Wilderness 002, the person who suppressed the Demon Lord and countless prodigies from the East Continent on the Divine Monument. If someone like him said it, there was almost nothing he couldn't do. The bloody scene before them was a fact. Although the wild dog was weak, it had killed so many people from the Star Do Academy and the East Continent in a short time. Wild dog. Bei Qinxing roared, you're boasting shamelessly. Do you have the ability to kill everyone from the East Continent? Everything else aside, you're going to die here today. You're going to die here today. You can keep those words to yourself. Chu Yang sneered. I didn't expect you to be so stupid. You dare to appear when I'm going through my tribulation. I'll go find some companions for you first. Otherwise, no one will criticize and humiliate you along the way. Whoosh! How dare you? As Star North Star roared, Chu Yang unleashed his path to the heavens. His body disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was in the midst of the East Continent's crowds. He kept moving. Rumble. Everyone from the East Continent was immediately swept into Chu Yang's lightning tribulation. It's your turn, two-legged maggot. Chu Yang flew back at full speed towards Bei Qinxing, bringing with him the thunder punishment. Before it even arrived, the dazzling light of the lightning caused Star Polaris's eyes to shine with starlight. Damn it! Bei Qinxing couldn't wait to have sex with Chu Yang, but he was incomparably afraid. Chu Yang's lightning tribulation was 2 realms higher than his own. If he were to be sucked into it, with his soul amalgamation realm cultivation, he would have to face the Nirvana realm's lightning tribulation. Chu Yang was able to withstand the lightning punishment that was 2 realms higher than his, and Bei Qinxing was also confident that he could do the same. However, even if he didn't die, he would still lose a layer of skin. He didn't want to take the risk and immediately dodged. However, the people from the Star Battle Academy behind him were in trouble. He didn't have any treasures on him that could help him avoid the tribulation lightning. Xingzi! They panicked and called out to Bei Qinxing, causing Bei Qinxing's face to turn gloomy. Although he had the protection of a treasure on him and could avoid the lightning punishment, he couldn't attack Chu Yang. He was so frustrated that he almost died. He clenched his teeth, but he could only watch as they struggled and howled miserably in the lightning punishment. He shouldn't have come. No, he shouldn't have brought them here. How surprising. You can actually avoid the lightning punishment. Chu Yang was a little surprised, but he sneered even more. Wild dog, once the lightning punishment is over, I'll kill you. Seeing Bei Qinxing's ferocious expression, Chu Yang's expression turned even colder. Maggot, do you still have a chance? I didn't expect you to be so stupid to have such an idea. Don't you know that I have the space-time ability? Swish. Bei Qinxing's expression changed drastically. Only now did he realize that he was in trouble. He was really blinded. He actually forgot the most important thing. If Wild Dog didn't have the space-time ability, he would have died long ago. He definitely couldn't shake off Chu Yang. He didn't want to fight with Chu Yang, but he had no choice. It wasn't up to him. Rumble. The deafening sound of thunder closed in. Bei Qinxing was about to fight with all his might when he suddenly realized that Chu Yang had changed directions. He disappeared with a whoosh, and only his cold voice resounded. Maggot, you're very lucky. A huge wave of maggots is coming. However, this is also good. Death isn't that scary. Waiting for death, that anxiety, that fear, and that torment are even scarier than death. Death before death might be the scariest thing for a death row prisoner, but waiting for death was definitely the most torturous. After Bei Qinxing disappeared, he immediately sensed Li Shengsan and the others rushing over. His face immediately burned. Chapter 11:17. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Li Shengsan and the others arrived. Obviously, like Bei Qinxing, they all had precious weapons that could avoid the lightning punishment because of Chu Yang. Therefore, they were not very worried about being involved in Chu Yang's lightning punishment. This was also the reason why Chu Yang left temporarily. Bei Qinxing had something that could avoid the lightning punishment, so the others should have it too. Perhaps their precious weapons would even allow them to attack him without incurring the lightning punishment. Under uncertain circumstances, Chu Yang did not choose to take the risk, because he was a hunter and did not need to take risks, and this was just the beginning. Many people came. In addition to Li Shengsan, there was also Feng Polong from the Sky Sword Academy, Su Yiling from the Divine Firmament Academy, and even Mo Longzi from the Myriad Demon Sect. The others were not so bad, but Mo Longzi was comparable to the Dean of the 6 Great Academies. Chu Yang was definitely not his match. They did not chase after Chu Yang. Although they had precious weapons to protect them and prevent them from being involved in Chu Yang's lightning punishment, they could not attack Chu Yang. In addition, Chu Yang had the space-time ability. Even if the lightning punishment ended, it would be too difficult for them to chase after him. This was useless, unless someone at the level of Mo Longzi made a move. However, upon seeing Jingguan, Mo Longzi merely gave a sneer of ridicule before leaving. He came to laugh at the 6 Great Academies, not to kill Chu Yang. Moreover, he was also afraid that he would be involved in Chu Yang's lightning punishment. His lightning punishment was terrifying. It was not something that Bei Qinxing and the others could compare to. Why should he take the risk? Bei Qinxing, aren't you very talkative? Now, continue. Li Shengsan saw the scene in front of him and immediately sneered. Li Shengsan. Bei Qinxing could only grit his teeth. Am I wrong? Li Shengsan pointed at Jingguan and continued to provoke Bei Qinxing. A wild dog is a real mad dog. Even if you learn to be a mad dog, you're still not a real mad dog. You are far inferior to him. You're really a disgrace to the East Continent. You're really a disgrace to us. Feng Polong and the beautiful Su Yiling were also looking at Jingguan at this moment. The bloody scene shocked them as well. Immediately, Feng Polong raised his eyebrows. I wouldn't use such a method to deal with a wild dog. I can't afford to lose face like this. Shua. With that, he flew away. I also don't want the ordinary disciples of the Divine Firmament Academy to become ghosts under the blade. I won't get involved in this battle. Su Yiling frowned and left. Li Shengsan also wanted to leave, but he was already involved. At this moment, his face was dark. Bei Qinxing had become a joke, and he probably couldn't escape. He also had no interest in humiliating Bei Qinxing. He said darkly, Bei Qinxing, we'll settle our grudges later. If we don't do it well this time, the two of us and our 2 academies will be humiliated and become the laughingstock of the East Continent. After a pause, he continued, Use the strength of our 2 academies to drive everyone from the 7 wheels demon realm to the 2nd wheel. Then use that little wild dog to provoke the wild dog. If he doesn't dare to fight with you and me, then kill the little wild dog directly. This was a way. In this way, the wild dog wouldn't have the chance to kill the 2 academies and the people of the East Continent. After hearing this, Bai Qianxing felt that there was a gap between him and Li Shengsan, at least in terms of temperament. In addition, we have to seal all the exits of the 7 wheels demon realm. Li Shengsan said again. There was no other way. The arrow was knocked and had to be released. Bai Qianxing, that idiot, had ruined everything. Okay. Bai Qianxing nodded and agreed with Li Shengsan's idea. Then the 2 of them started to act. Soon, Chuyang found something strange. He changed his appearance. When he reappeared, he didn't see anyone, but he immediately knew what he needed to know. Chapter 11:18. Rumble. In an instant, Chu Yang went berserk and crazily bombarded everything around him to vent his anger. The earth shook violently. Just as he calmed down, the bloody scene of Wang Xinghuang's head being chopped off immediately appeared in his mind. The child's terrified face and heart-wrenching cries appeared as well. This scene kept replaying in his mind. He couldn't help but imagine the scene of the child's head being chopped off. After a loud explosion, Chu Yang gritted his teeth and said, "This can't happen again." Once was enough. He didn't want it to happen a second time. The first time, he could say that he was caught off guard. However, he couldn't find an excuse for the second time. This wasn't a rational thing to do. If he went, he would probably die. The 6 Great Academy's Hall Masters should be gathered in the second round. If he went, it would be the same as sending a sheep into a tiger's den. However, there were many things that couldn't be done based on gains and losses. Even if it was stupid, he still had to do it. He could kill millions of people in the East Continent, but he wouldn't be able to save the child's life. It was just like how he couldn't save Wang Xinghuang's life, even if he built the Imperial Capital Temple. It was impossible for him to slaughter ordinary people in the East Continent out of anger and become a murderous demon, an executioner. There wasn't much use in doing so. The people in the 6 Great Academies didn't care about the lives of these people. Therefore, he could only lower himself. There are things that a man should do and things that he shouldn't do. He could not do what he should do just because he cherished his life, even if he might not be able to save the child. He knew that others might say that he was stupid, but it didn't matter. This was his personal opinion and actions. There was no need for others to preach to him. Chu Yang stood in place and pondered for a long time. Finally, he angrily said, "Even if I'm going to die, I'll bite off a piece of your flesh." After coming up with a plan, he headed straight for the Supreme Demon Ancestor's 7th wheel, the hero's soul wheel. Rumble. Without a single person, Chu Yang didn't hesitate and immediately summoned the hero's soul. He attracted the hero's soul from the 2 supreme figures and formed the divine and demon souls. When the hero's soul created the world, thunder immediately descended. Just like before, Chu Yang's dragon's power increased by another 1,000 dragon's power and reached the 5th level of the spirit realm. His physical body had also increased by another level, reaching 5,200 dragon's power. If it was the 9th revolution, it would be able to erupt with 47,000 dragon power. With this strength, he could easily kill a 4th level soul amalgamation realm cultivator, but this was far from enough. Even though Bai Qianxing and Li Shengsan were only at the soul fusion realm. One of them was a supreme realm practitioner, while the other was a divine arts practitioner, not to mention the 6th bastard from the 6 Great Academies. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The aura, strength, central soul, essence soul, and heroic soul suddenly shook. The world formed by the 5 of them connected into a line, forming the shape of 5 pearls. They pointed directly at the spiritual intelligence soul and the heavenly rush soul, causing the 2 to appear. Immediately, Chu Yang's entire body began to vibrate at a certain frequency. In the end, his body began to resonate, and not long after, his body began to crack. At the same time, The entire seven-wheel demonic domain was projected into his mind. His perception of the seven-wheel demonic domain became incomparably clear. It was as if the seven-wheel demonic domain was his domain. Chu Yang could clearly see the scene within the Supreme Demon Ancestor's spiritual intelligence wheel. The scene was divided into two parts. On one side, Bai Qinxing and Li Shengsan were the leaders. They had set up an arena and placed the child on the edge. On the other side, the 6 hall masters of the 6 great academies were trying their best to refine a demonic bell. Chapter 11:19. Is this the devil's treasure they were talking about? This should be the Supreme Demon Venerable's treasure. At this moment, Chu Yang naturally understood what had happened. Because he had collected the 5 souls of the 2 supreme figures, he had resonated with the Supreme Demon Venerable's corpse. The Supreme Demon Venerable's corpse was like a huge house. For the 2 supreme figures, this was their home. Chu Yang had collected the 5 souls, so he could be considered the owner of this big house. Good. Although Chu Yang's body had many cracks and was bleeding profusely, he laughed out loud at this time. Because of this, he had gained another great trump card. Previously, he could only rely on the lightning punishment, but now he might be able to kill everyone from the 6 great academies here. The demonic bell is the Supreme Demon Venerable's treasure. It must be extremely amazing. This is the key. Chu Yang maintained this frequency and resonated with the Supreme Demon Venerable. The cracks on his body became more and more severe, but he didn't care at all. He carefully sensed the demonic bell. At this moment, he had a faint connection with the demonic bell, and this connection was constantly strengthening. Soon, he saw the 2 origin forces entangled in it. One was light, and the other was darkness. The demonic bell's consciousness had been completely destroyed. It was now in chaos. The Supreme Demon Venerable's opponent, that god, has already destroyed the demonic bell. He instantly understood that this was inevitable. If the Supreme Demon Venerable's treasure was intact, that god couldn't have seized the Supreme Demon Venerable's body. In this way, he could only dream of controlling the demonic bell to destroy the 6 great academies, because he alone couldn't activate the demonic bell. If the 6 great academies hall masters couldn't activate it, it was even more impossible for Chu Yang. This was something he had found with great difficulty. Therefore, he didn't give up and tried his best to analyze the demonic bell. He himself, the godly demon martial spirit, and the all-encompassing armillary sphere that he hadn't used for a long time were all activated to the extreme. Because of the 2 supreme essences of the 5 souls, Chu Yang felt a sense of familiarity with the devilish bell. In fact, when the hazy and primal chaos consciousness sensed him, it even let out clear sounds of joy. It began to vibrate, and the bell tolled, sending the 16 flying backward. The 6 great courtyard masters were incomparably shocked, but they had no idea what was going on. The devil bell welcomed Chu Yang with open arms. Therefore, he could see everything inside Chu Yang. Among them, there was a vast and extremely complicated array. Even though he was a 6th grade array master, he was still unable to see the entire array in its entirety. It was as if he was reading a heavenly book. Chu Yang tried his best to comprehend the array. When his body cracked to the point where he could no longer endure it, he stopped and healed his injuries before continuing. After repeating this process, he finally understood the entire formation. The formation was severely damaged, but it was repairing itself on its own. After a long period of time, the demonic bell had more or less recovered. That was why the demonic bell gave birth to a chaotic consciousness. If this continued, the demonic bell would eventually give birth to a new consciousness. However, the formation inside the demonic bell had some major parts missing. Those parts couldn't be repaired automatically. That was why the birth of a new consciousness was so slow. The array flags are the most important. The array flags are the center of the formation. As long as I control the array flags, I should be able to activate the demonic bell. Chu Yang finally found the key point. However, When he saw that the array flags were severely damaged, his heart couldn't help but sink again. According to the demonic bell formation, there should be a set of array flags in the formation. There were a total of 3,000 array flags, representing 3,000 worlds and 3,000 great Daos. However, at least 2,000 array flags were missing from the demonic bell. The most important thing was the center of the formation, which was completely destroyed. The destroyed part could be repaired, but how could it be repaired without an array flag? Buzz! Chu Yang sensed these array flags. Suddenly, there was a buzzing in his mind. He seemed to have seen array flags somewhere before. He began to think hard. Then he suddenly trembled and cried out, "The two devils of the Bone Devil sect, Lan Chengyue and Huang Chengtan." When Chu Yang first entered the Seven Wheels demon domain, he was ambushed by a devil. However, he managed to escape. In the end, he hid in the dark and wanted to take advantage of the situation. However, the two devils didn't make a move in the end. The blood banner in the hand of the devil, named Lan Chengyue, was the array flag. Swish! Immediately, he wanted to seize the array flag. If he could get this array flag, he might be able to activate the demonic bell. Chapter 11:20. Chu Yang brought the parrot and was about to leave the Seven Wheels demon domain. However, he realized that the entrance had been blocked by the people from the 6 great academies. Moreover, the people who were responsible for blocking the exit were at least Nirvana realm experts. They had also set up layers of arrays. It was so tight that there was no way to escape. Obviously, they were targeting Chu Yang's path to heaven. The supreme demon ancestor's mouth and nose were all entrances and exits. Therefore, they were definitely blocked. If I hadn't broken through to the spirit realm and formed a connection with the heavens and the earth, I would have definitely triggered the array even if I wasn't detected by their divine sense. Others would form a divine bridge when they were at the spirit stage, but Chu Yang's was a door. His 3 portals were all space-time portals. They could be used as 3 space-time teleportation points. Together with the path to heaven, he could teleport between the 3 portals. Chu Yang could now truly travel through space-time and teleport short distances. With a thought, Chu Yang's heaven's portal entered the void and appeared outside the Seven Wheels demon domain. After that, the Hell's portal appeared. He used the path to heaven and teleported out of the Seven Wheels demon domain. The Nirvana realm experts who blocked the entrance didn't notice him at all. As soon as he left the Seven Wheels demon domain, Chu Yang appeared at the place where he was ambushed by the 2 demons. His figure suddenly stopped as a feeling of parting emerged in his heart. It was the feeling of leaving his hometown and his friends. The Seven Wheels demon domain was now his home. The remaining 2 supreme existences, Tianchong and Linghui, were his friends and family. What a strange feeling. I was both a god and a demon in the Seven Wheels demon domain. However, after coming out, I feel like I've entered the mortal world. I can't adapt to it. At this moment, a demonic cloud floated over. In an instant, an extremely evil and powerful force quickly attacked him. It was extremely violent and filled with killing and madness. It suddenly made him feel uncomfortable. This is demonic energy. However, it's not the demonic energy of the supreme demon ancestor. It's an extremely lowly demonic energy. This was the reason why he felt uncomfortable. It was like a rich family who was used to living in luxury and couldn't adapt to poverty. The demonic chi just now should be the demonic chi left behind by the ancient demonic sect. It was attached to the supreme demonic lord. Not only did the demonic chi not weaken after so many years, it became stronger and stronger. The demonic clouds engulfed Chu Yang, but the moment the demonic chi came into contact with Chu Yang, the wild and tyrannical demonic chi instantly became as obedient as a dog. Like a dog's tongue, it licked Chu Yang's hand. When he sensed the divine aura in Chu Yang's body, it seemed to be trembling even more. This is also a demon? Chu Yang couldn't help but laugh. How could a demon fear a god? If it was the real devil chi, it should be majestically challenging the gods, the heavenly axiom, and the most powerful and oppressive thing in the world. It was definitely filled with unyieldingness, iron-bloodedness, the flames of war, and the killing intent that was like a blade. It was like the demonic chi of the supreme demon ancestor. It was lawless, ignoring all reason, all laws, all daos, and all shackles in the world. It was unrestrained. It was evil, tyrannical, bloodthirsty, and committed all kinds of evil. It had no humanity at all. It was just a killing and fighting machine. It was completely dominated by killing and driven by all kinds of negative emotions. In order to pursue power and achieve its goal, it could do anything and everything. Such a demon was at best the lowest level of demon. Chapter 11:21. A god was also a demon, a supreme demon. Xu Yang had comprehended the Tao of demons, but he also comprehended the Tao of gods. A god was the creator, the keeper of order, the guardian, and the noble. They were high above all rules. A person could cultivate to perfection and become a god. However, this was only an ordinary god. The highest god was a demon. They did not follow any rules and ignored everything. They were free and unfettered. The demonic nature and divine nature bloomed within Chu Yang's body and intertwined with each other. Faintly, Chu Yang's body changed again. There was no longer a distinction between god and demon. It was as if he had returned to Tai Chi, chaos, and infinity. His entire person was one step closer to merging with the heavens and earth. Buzz. With a thought, the space-time around him was completely sealed. Controlling the heavens and earth was an ability that could only be grasped by a soul fusion stage after obtaining the recognition of the heavens and earth. However, Chu Yang had already grasped it at the spirit stage. Therefore, he wasn't surprised at all. Ignoring his comprehension as a god and demon, just his status as a level 6 array master meant that his comprehension of the heavens and earth wasn't inferior to any soul fusion stage. It was natural for him to grasp such an ability. In this place, only I am a true god and a true demon. No one else is. I'm the only god and the only demon. At this moment, Chu Yang was filled with disdain towards the East Continent's ancient demon sect. What demon sect? It's just a low-level demon. A bunch of beasts. A gathering place for murderous demons. You can't even be considered as a lunatic. The ancient demon sect is just a low-level demon. A gathering place for murderous demons? You can't even be considered as a lunatic? Suddenly, a mocking voice rang out. When Chu Yang looked towards the source of the voice, he couldn't help but reveal a joyous expression. Demon Huang Chengtan. A large man with a curly beard could be seen flying over with a sneer on his face. Demonic aura surged around his body, and he looked extremely ferocious. A mere trash at the 5th level of the spirit stage. You think the ancient demon sect is something that you can comment on? Demon you, what do you know? Huang Qingtian sneered. His voice rumbled as he stared at Chu Yang. Based on what you just said, it won't be enough even if you die 1,000 times. The ancient devil sect was the ancestor of all the devils in the East Continent. It was the origin of the devil Tao in the East Continent. Therefore, to belittle the ancient devil sect was to belittle them. Any devil in the East Continent would be pissed off by Chu Yang's disdain and would not let him go. Chu Yang clasped his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "What's a demon? You're just a beast. You're not even fit to talk to me, because you don't understand at all, and in this East Continent, I am the only devil." Ignorant fool. Huang Qingtian immediately laughed sinisterly. His killing intent soared as he closed in and coldly said, "I'll tell you clearly. Your grandpa Huang has done all kinds of bad things since childhood. After joining the Bone Devil sect, I became even more unbridled and killed countless people. In order to cultivate the Devil Grievance Blade, I humiliated their wives in front of their husbands. I ate their children in front of their husbands and mothers, causing them to be filled with resentment and kill me. You dare to say that I don't understand demons? If I don't understand demons, then who does? If I'm not a demon, then who is?" Chu Yang's pupils shrank. Killing intent surged in his heart. It was fine if Huang Changtian killed them, but he wanted them to die with resentment and grievance. Such actions were simply outrageous. Only a beast would do such a thing. Well said. Another voice sounded out. Chu Yang looked over, but he didn't see anyone. He only saw the blood banner. To be exact, it should be the array flag within the demonic bell. The person who came was naturally the devil that ambushed Chu Yang, Wan Changyue. However, since Chu Yang had concealed his aura in the eastern wilderness and changed his appearance, Lan Changyue couldn't recognize him. Chapter 11:22. The more Chu Yang listened, the more his killing intent grew. He sneered, "A beast will always be a beast. Stop humiliating a demon. If you can't even be a human, how can you be a demon? What a joke." Looking down with a clear conscience, looking up with a clear conscience, this is a true demon. A beast? You'll be killed as a beast later. Huang Qingtian's gloomy voice sounded again and again. He pulled out a devil saber. Immediately, countless ferocious ghosts appeared on the saber's blade. It seemed as if they wanted to rush out and tear Chu Yang into pieces. A vicious aura surged out as boundless resentment swept over. When the blade appeared, an extremely cold aura filled the air. The dense ghostly aura caused one's scalp to go numb. The coldness seemed to freeze one's blood. Oomph. Chu Yang let out a cold snort. He suddenly waved his hand in front of him, and a vortex appeared in the air. Immediately, the vortex turned pitch black as if it was a black hole. With a single sweep, all the ghostly aura, vicious aura, and the strongest resentment were swept away. It was as if all the malicious spirits were sucked into the underworld and allowed to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Crack! Crack! The demonic blade instantly lost its power. Cracks even appeared on it before shattered. All of Huang Changtian's evil techniques, as well as the terrifying sharpening knife, were instantly destroyed and lost all of their power. Damn bastard! Although Huang Qingtian was furious, he couldn't help but inwardly gasp. What kind of technique was this? It almost made him lose his courage. The demonic blade's resentment, vicious aura, and ghostly aura were extremely dense. Not to mention those at the spirit stage. Even those at the soul fusion stage would be invaded by the resentment and freeze once the demonic blade approached them. The resentment was like a malicious spirit. It would corrode and devour the person's bones, soul, and even spiritual energy. It would then increase the power of the demonic blade. Huang Qingtian spent 5 years to forge the demonic blade. He didn't know how many people he had killed and how much effort he had put in. He didn't know how many opponents he had killed with this demonic blade. However, he never expected that Chu Yang, who was only at the 5th level of the spirit stage, would be able to destroy everything in an instant. His devil's grudge saber seemed to have met its natural enemy. Damn bastard, you destroyed my devil's resentment blade. I'll beat you to death. The more fearful Huang Qingtian was, the more ruthless he became. He suddenly took a deep breath, and the muscles on his body suddenly bulged out from under his skin. They were very plump and looked like a horned dragon. His body grew taller little by little until he was more than 50 feet tall. Then he stopped. Long hair grew all over his body. His eye sockets were deep, and his mouth bulged. He looked like a violent demon ape, beating its chest and roaring. An incomparably violent aura swept out, and the immense power also rose steadily. It became stronger and stronger, and more powerful, and astonishingly rose to the power of 10,000 dragons. Violent devil ape's divine ability, devil Dao body cultivator. Chu Yang narrowed his eyes. Body cultivation was difficult, so there were very few cultivators. He didn't expect that the demon in front of him was actually a body cultivator. However, he was too weak. He only had the strength of 10,000 dragons when he was in the soul fusion realm. As for the violent demonic ape, Chu Yang knew very well that Little Black was one. It had extraordinary strength and could move mountains and fill seas. It could chase stars and seize the moon. Chu Yang had originally mastered this kind of body cultivation technique, but it was erased after he entered the East Continent. At this moment, he observed that Huang Chengtian's violent demonic ape was not much different from the one he had mastered before. Roar! Huang Chengtian opened his mouth and roared like a wild beast. Wherever the sound wave passed, the mountain rocks floated up and then exploded into pieces. Heaven and earth control. Chu Yang did not move at all, as if he was being controlled. Huang Qingtian's heart calmed down, and he laughed sinisterly. Brat, you just said that I don't know what a demon is, and you even destroyed my devil saber. Today, Grandpa Huang will let you know what a demon is, and what the consequences of offending a demon are. Dong! He stepped down, and the earth trembled. His aura suddenly became stronger. Dong, dong, dong. Chapter 1123. Just as he arrived in front of Huang Chengtian, Chu Yang finally moved. The space around him collapsed, but he didn't move much. He simply raised his palm and slammed down. Huang Chengtian felt his blood run cold when he saw that the heaven and earth control had failed. However, when he raised his head to look, he saw a palm coming down. Suddenly, he became courageous and rushed over. Although the palm didn't seem to be anything special, when it landed, it was as if the heavens and the earth were about to collapse. Huang Qingtian was terrified. He roared out and ignored Chu Yang. Instead, he used all his strength to counter the attack. At this moment, his arms were extremely large. Both of his hands were filled with blood, and the blood vessels were as thick as a thumb. He used the 10,000 dragon force to counter the attack. This was an extremely terrifying power. At least, that was how Huang Qingtian saw it. Boom! Upon contact, Huang Changtian immediately felt an abundant and enormous force pouring into his body like a flood. His eyes widened in disbelief. Crackling sounds came from his body, followed by flying swords and pieces of broken bones. In the blink of an eye, he was like a broken sieve, riddled with holes. You're only at the 5th level of the spirit realm, yet you can kill me with a single palm. How can there be such a person in this world? Huang Qingtian's voice was trembling. Chu Yang said indifferently, I've said it before. I'm the real demon, but you don't understand. Bang! Huang Qingtian was immediately torn apart as his flesh and blood scattered all over the ground. Whoosh! Lan Xingyue was originally watching from his side. When he saw Huang Changtian die so miserably, he didn't dare to stay any longer and immediately ran for his life. You should kill yourself. Chu Yang didn't move. He stood in the air, but his voice was clearly heard. Do you think I'm a fool? After running for a while, Lan Xingyue felt that Chu Yang wouldn't be able to catch up to him. He immediately sneered. Brat, you've been looking for me for 100 years to kill me. Since you're the enemy of my bone demon sect, I'll definitely slaughter your entire family. His voice suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Chu Yang had appeared in front of him at some point in time, blocking his path. But when he turned around, he saw that Chu Yang was still standing there. That was fake. The one in front of me is the real one. That's why this little bastard is so calm. He's toying with me. A cat toying with a mouse? Intolerable. Damned little bastard. Do you really think I can't do anything to you? Since there's no one here, I'll let you know what fear is. Lan Chengyue was enraged. He shook the blood banner in his hand and swung it at Chu Yang. He couldn't help but grin as he waited to see a dried corpse. However, after a quick glance, the little bastard in front of him was still the same as before. How is that possible? That's impossible. I've tested this treasure before. Even a Nirvana realm expert would be reduced to a dried-up corpse with a single sweep of it. How could you possibly block it? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Then, Lan Chengyue was shocked. He realized that the blood banner in his hand was no longer under his control. It suddenly flew out of his hand and landed in Chu Yang's hand. It turned into a 3-inch flag and spun around. Correction, this isn't a banner, it's a flag. Chu Yang said, Don't be so stupid that you can't differentiate between a banner and a flag. You're the owner of the flag. With a plop, Lan Chengyue collapsed to the ground like a catfish. The more he understood the flag, the more he knew how terrifying it was. At that moment, he finally knew who he had encountered. Lin Fan said that he didn't understand demons, and he really didn't. Lin Fan was indeed the ancestor of demons. Senior, please spare my life. Lan Chengyue struggled and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. Chu Yang was indifferent. He held the small flag in his hand and said, "It's damaged, so it needs to be repaired. However, you used it as a tool to kill. You deserve to die for insulting the flag." Yes, Senior. Lan Chengyue committed suicide. In his opinion, that was already the best treatment. If it was him, he would definitely make Chu Yang beg for death. This wicked guy is becoming more and more unfathomable and terrifying. The parrot saw everything, and its heart was beating rapidly. It was completely shocked. Bei Chenxing Li, Shang San, the 6 great academies. Look who's going to die this time. I want to be a demon and kill all living things. Chu Yang's gaze was as sharp as a sword. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared, leaving the parrot where it was. The parrot was stunned, then suddenly shouted, "Wicked, you can't do that. Why didn't you bring me along, you bastard?" It cursed for a while, then sat on the ground. It naturally knew what Chu Yang meant by doing that. "Wicked, I haven't taken my revenge yet. If you die in there, I can only whip your corpse to vent my hatred." Chapter 1124. 7 Wheels Demon Realm. Supreme Demon Sovereign's Spirit Wheel. As noon approached, Bei Chenxing and Li Shengsan's arena was bustling with noise. As noon approached, the clamor was like boiling water. The sound seemed to be able to burn people's eardrums. Beheading at noon was meant to kill a criminal, but Bei Chenxing and Li Shengsan weren't going to kill a criminal, but a dog, a little wild dog. The little wild dog had been hung for a day and a night. Its hair was messy, its lips were dry, and it was very tired. It was already on the verge of death, but every time it opened its eyes, it would see a sea of blood and endless hatred. This little wild dog sure has guts. It even dares to glare. The old wild dog was beheaded in front of him, but it didn't scare him. A beast will always be a beast. Doesn't it know that the one who died was its father? Maybe it's not its own, huh? Many people laughed, but no one sympathized with it. They were even mocking the child. At this moment, Bei Chenxing, Li Shangsan, Feng Polong, and Su Yiling were all geniuses of the 4 great academies. The 4 of them were all at the same level, either 5th or 6th level of the soul fusion realm. Bei Chenxing's eyes were very malicious, like a poisonous snake waiting for its prey. Li Shengsan's face was cold. He looked at the hanging child without any emotion. His heart was made of stone. His mind was thinking about how to torture the child to force Chu Yang out. Feng Polong's expression was cynical, and his eyes were full of contempt. Only Su Yiling was unwilling to look at the child. Hearing the ridicule of the East Continent's people, she finally couldn't hold back her anger and angrily shouted, "All of you shut up. If you disturb my ears again, don't blame me for being impolite." Below the arena, there was a moment of silence. A group of adults mocking a child. Su Yiling was an eyesore. Hee hee. Bei Chenxing laughed. Women are always so soft-hearted. Even a dog is pitiful. But after a pause, Bei Chenxing looked at Su Yiling mockingly like a mad dog. "What does this have to do with you? Didn't you say you wouldn't get involved?" It was indeed a mad dog. Su Yiling's gaze turned cold. She looked at the child who was hung up and said coldly, "Bei Chenxing, now that you're hanging him up like this, have you ever thought about your younger siblings or your future children? Or have you ever thought about the many children in the Eastern continent who will suffer because of what you did today?" Hearing this, the faces of the people present could not help but change. If the wild dog did not come, then based on the previous Jingguan, this was very likely. At that time, if Chu Yang was described as a demon, then Bei Chenxing and Li Shangxin were demons first, because they were the ones who started everything. The wild dog doesn't have a chance. Even if he didn't come today, he won't be able to get out of the 7 Wheels demon area alive. Li Shangsan said coldly. His tone was so firm that the East Continent's people believed him. Can't escape? Su Ealing sneered. Are you lying to yourself? Can't you feel the recent changes in the Seven Wheels demon area? If the demonic bell is taken away, do you think the Seven Wheels demon area won't collapse completely? Chu Yang had taken away the origin of the 5 souls of the 2 supreme figures in the Seven Wheels demon area. The Seven Wheels demon area had become very unstable. Chapter 1125. The heads of the 6 great academies also thought so. Even though the 6 of them couldn't move the demonic bell, they didn't give up. In their opinion, they were trying their best to separate the demonic bell from the Seven Wheels demonic realm. Their guess seemed to be correct. With their continuous efforts, the Seven Wheels demonic realm had indeed undergone a great change. It could be said that the Seven Wheels demonic realm had become much weaker than before. The heads of the 6 great academies couldn't figure out the real reason. If they knew, they would be so angry that they would spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. They would even want to beat Chu Yang to death. If it weren't for Chu Yang's misdirection, they would never do such a stupid thing. The arena set up by Bei Qinxing and Li Shengsan wasn't far from the demonic bell. It could be seen from afar. If we don't kill the wild dog now, there will be endless trouble in the future. Li Shengsan always had his own reasons, and they seemed to be very sufficient. Li Shengsan, do you also plan to kill Eastern Wilderness 007, Eastern Wilderness 001, and Eastern Wilderness 003? Feng Polong suddenly said, even if you kill Eastern Wilderness 002 in the Seven Wheels demonic realm, Li Shengsan, if you have family, sisters, and children, then I'll give you a suggestion. You should be careful. I welcome him to kill my family. Li Shengsan's voice was suddenly cut off because a voice came from afar. Two-legged maggot, are you sure? It was a very indifferent and incomparably cold voice. This voice made the whole arena dead silent. In an instant, everyone looked in that direction. There was no trace of sound, and even everyone's breathing seemed to have stopped. Hanging in the arena, when he heard the voice, he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes, and looked in the direction of the voice. At the demonic bell, the heads of the 6 great academies seemed to be looking over. Two-legged maggot, I'm asking you if you're sure? If you're sure, you're welcome to kill your family. The voice rang out again, getting closer and closer. As everyone looked over, a figure appeared in the distance, slowly walking over. That figure seemed fearless and imposing. It seemed slow, but was actually extremely fast. Soon, a young man with a curly beard and a precocious face appeared in front of everyone in the East Continent. Eastern Wilderness 002. Everyone knew that this was Eastern Wilderness 002. They also knew that this was definitely not the real face of Eastern Wilderness 002. It was just a face that he had used before. Whoosh! The crowd went into an uproar. Eastern Wilderness 002 had arrived. Eastern Wilderness 002 had actually arrived. Many people couldn't believe it. They rubbed their eyes, and when they looked again, Eastern Wilderness 002 was even closer. They could clearly see his cold expression. His entire person was as cold as ice, and his voice was also as cold as ice. Hearing it made people's hearts shiver. Uncle, hurry up and leave. Don't come and save me. Suddenly, a childish and desperate voice attracted everyone's attention. It was the child who had been hung up. Chu Yang was in midair. When he heard the childish voice, his body couldn't help but tremble. Tears almost fell from his eyes. What a sensible child. Child, don't worry, Chu Yang said softly. Your uncle is a demon, the only demon in the East Continent. No one can kill him. When Su Ealing heard the voice, her phoenix eyes couldn't help but look at Chu Yang. He dared to come at this time. She couldn't help but admire such a man. At this moment, Feng Polong's eyes shone brightly. Chu Yang dared to come, so he was worthy of being his opponent. Unfortunately, he would die in the hands of 2 lowly people. Demon, ha! Bei Qinxing laughed. You're not even a human. You're just a dog. How dare you call yourself a demon? Are you worthy? Chapter 11:26. Child, do you blame me? Chuyang looked at the child's bloodshot eyes. Guilt gnawed at his heart like 1,000 parasites. He couldn't imagine how an 11 or 12-year-old child would feel when he saw his own father's head being chopped off and rolled in front of him. What kind of hatred would that be? Father said that it's not your fault. You're a hero. Doing this is so that one day Mother won't be taken away so easily. The child's voice was loud and clear. Then he suddenly looked at everyone in the East Continent and said hatefully, "It's all their fault. They don't treat us as humans. They treat us like pigs and dogs. They've gone too far." Sob, sob. As he spoke, tears streamed down his face. He finally cried. Chuyang was heartbroken when he heard that. Chuyang wiped away the tears on his face and said with certainty, "All of this will change. One day, no one in the East Continent will dare to discriminate against the people of the Eastern Wilderness. Uncle, I promise you that you'll do it. If I can't do it, I'll kill everyone in the East Continent." Sob, sob. "Uncle, you must save my mother." The child cried harder and harder when he heard the promise. He begged Chuyang to save his mother. "After we get out, we'll save Mother." The killing intent in Chuyang's heart had never been so strong and intense before. "What's your mother's name? Who took her away?" "My mother's name is Chow Xiaomei. The Li family took my mother away because she was pretty. My father can't stop thinking about saving my mother. That's why he told me that if there are more and more people like you, no one will dare to bully us." "I know. I'll definitely save your mother." Chuyang said, "Your father is a real hero. He's a real man. You have to learn from him and stop crying in front of the enemy." "Yes, uncle. What's your name?" "My name is Wang Bushong." "Don't hurt." Does he not want the child to be hurt for the rest of his life? But now, how cold and cruel was the current situation. Chuyang's heart suddenly became incomparably dim. "Humph, wild dog, do you think you can go back alive?" Bei Chenxing sneered again, but he was once again completely ignored by Chuyang. Chuyang pushed Wang Bushong behind him and stood up. He looked at the crowd with cold eyes and said in a cold voice, "Today, whoever leaves this place alive, remember to tell that so-called Li family. If Sister Chow is injured, I will kill the entire Li family. If Sister Chow dies, I will kill 10 generations of the Li family." His voice was as cold as ice and as furious as thunder. It wasn't loud, but resounded in everyone's hearts, rumbling without end. Everyone could hear the decisiveness in Chuyang's words. He would definitely do what he said. "Ridiculous. Wild dog, you're about to die. Who are you threatening?" It was Bei Chenxing again, but Chuyang still didn't look him in the eye. He just said coldly, "I can't do it. Eastern Wilderness 001 can do it. Eastern Wilderness 003 can do it. And Eastern Wilderness 007 can do it. Since there are so many people in the Eastern Wilderness, there must be someone who can do it. I ask you to pass on my message." "I'll personally pass on your message." The sudden voice shocked everyone. They looked over and saw that it was Feng Polong from the Sky Sword Academy. "If you don't die today, please fight with me." Feng Polong said in a low voice, "There are more people in the Eastern Continent like Bei Chenxing and Li Shengsan." During this time, Bei Chenxing and Li Shengsan both spoke, but Chuyang and Feng Polong treated them as dogs barking. Chuyang used his spiritual energy to attach to his back. He cupped his fists and said to Feng Polong, "Thank you. As for your request, you can rest assured that you and I will fight." After that, Chuyang looked coldly at Bei Chenxing. "Come here. Let me show you how useless you are." His tone was full of disdain and domineering. He was only one person, but he looked down on hundreds of thousands of people in the Eastern Continent. Chapter 11:27. I'm a piece of trash. Amidst the dead silence, Bei Chenxing pointed at himself in astonishment. He couldn't believe that he was called a piece of trash. Someone actually called him a piece of trash. This was something that had never happened before. Bei Chenxing had always been associated with geniuses and had never been associated with a piece of trash. However, Bei Chenxing knew that the wild dog was definitely talking about him. He quickly sneered and said, Wild dog, you dare to say such words? I see that you have truly become a mad dog. However, if you weren't a mad dog, you wouldn't have dared to come here. Right now, I can barely understand the actions of a dog. He pointed at Chu Yang and said, Wild dog, you didn't come here because of your courage. It's because you're crazy. Haha. The disciples of the Star Combat Academy immediately burst into laughter. Everyone from the East Continent also burst into laughter. The originally tense atmosphere was instantly swept away. Bei Qingxing was a piece of trash. This was too funny. If Bei Qingxing was a piece of trash, then who in the East Continent wasn't a piece of trash? They felt that Bei Qingxing's explanation was even more incisive. That's right, only a crazy person would do such a thing. Wild Dog had already gone crazy. At best, he was just a mad dog. Everyone from the East Continent immediately understood what they were afraid of. Chu Yang's madness. If it was a powerful wild dog, then it would naturally be terrifying. However, how terrifying could a mere spirit stage, 5th level wild dog be? Furthermore, even if Bei Qingxing was defeated, the wild dog would definitely not be able to leave this place alive. Why should they be afraid? They looked at the extremely confident Bei Qingxing and felt that they were actually frightened by a mere wild dog. They even feared the wild dog. They felt that they were truly laughable. Therefore, they were no longer afraid of Chu Yang. They laughed very loudly. Chu Yang's expression did not change. If he failed to intimidate them, then so be it. It was not important. At most, he would kill a few more people until they were afraid. He was looking forward to seeing the terrified expressions on the maggots' faces. You, Bei Qingxing, are a good-for-nothing. Everyone in the East Continent is also a good-for-nothing. Why would I dare come? Chu Yang sneered. Excuse me, no matter how many maggots there are in the manure pit, will you be afraid? Oh, I forgot, he suddenly said. I'm very good at coming up with names. From now on, all of you from the East Continent will be called the Eastern Maggot. You scold me as a wild dog, and I'll scold you as an Easter maggot. Su Yiling frowned. If Chu Yang didn't die after today's battle, the Eastern Wilderness and the Eastern Wilderness would be at odds with each other. The two words Easter maggot would be spoken by the people of the Eastern Wilderness, and the two sides would fight to the death. But what could she say? This started from the East Continent. The people of the East Continent have been calling the people of the Eastern Wilderness wild dog for many years. They were only now retaliating. Unlike her, when the people of the East Continent heard the two words Eastern maggot, their expressions turned ugly. Some of them immediately shouted at Chu Yang. Wild dog, who do you think you are? You can't judge and insult us from the East Continent. You're just a wild dog. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're about to die, and you still dare to be presumptuous. This is a mad dog. Why are you angry with him? Just kill him. That's right. Xingzi, kill this wild dog. Kill him, that you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.